my physical body. Because I am more than physical matter, I can perceive that which is greater than the physical world. I deeply desire to expand, to experience, to know, to understand, to control, to use such greater energies and energy systems as may be beneficial and constructive to me and to those who follow me. I deeply desire the help and cooperation, the assistance, the understanding of those individuals whose wisdom, development, and experience are equal to or greater than my own. I ask their guidance and protection from any influence or any source that might provide me with less than my stated desires.
Do not know all the answers to the questions about reality. Do not claim to know the ultimate truth about life. I seek that which has been made hidden as a part of a family and explorers of consciousness. I am the void one.
Welcome to Lighting the Void.
Oh, broadcasting live from a shack on a hill in the mossy creek bottoms of Cane Creek, Arkansas. This is Lighting the Void live, and I'm not playing. It's mossy out there tonight. It's perfect. Happy Halloween, everybody. Before I put the coffee pot on and walked into the studio, I looked across the field, and it was foggy. It's perfect. It's a perfect Halloween, actually. Of course, I don't see any trick-or-treaters. None of that. So it's just us. If you're out trick-or-treating, whatever you're doing, happy Halloween. Also, too, I want to say big 3 things before we start this night. Happy birthday, Mary Ducina. That broadcast will be tomorrow night. We can't possibly ask her to come on her birthday, which would be cool. Maybe she'll give a surprise call. Who knows? But tomorrow night, for sure, we're doing the new moon broadcast with the Scorpio moon. So it's kind of like a double header. Tonight's just going to be more laid back Halloween fun kind of thing. Everybody that said they would call in better call in, or I'm going to come get you in the astral. I'm going to show up and just poke you, right? Say, why didn't you call in on Halloween night? But yeah, we're on the cusp of the new moon. Tomorrow will be the new moon, and we will do that broadcast. But I did not think, like, I thought I was going to have all day to prepare for this, and I did not. I had about a few hours, just like I always freaking do. And I've decided that I can't blame anybody but myself. I have a severe ADD problem. That's all there is to it. So I figured we'd tell some scary stories. We'd take some call-ins. I've got some Edgar Allan Poe stuff pulled up here. I've got some Alex Exum audio dramas to play tonight. So we got whatever, right? Everyone loves a double header. I do too. By the way, I need to say hey to everybody that jumped in the chat. If you're a lurker, you should graduate from lurker to chatter. Just stop it. Join the Discord, jump in. We don't bite. What's up, Susie, Cosmic, Purple Pencils. You keep changing your name. Wasn't it Wu-Tang Hazy? Then it was something else. Now it's Purple Pencils. Or did I get that wrong? Cosmic, what's up, brother? The Doc, what's up, Doc? Sudi, now you know it's a party. Sudi's here, right? Dutchy, what's happening? Ari, Dutchy D, and let's see, Sir Wolf, Jane, Spit, Habits, and Word Salad, Jesse, Conscious Corey, and whoever else decides. Domek, Ari the Cat. See, it just went to Mach 3, party level Mach 3 now. And let's see. I think that's it for now. The rest of you are known as lurkers. You don't want to be a lurker. You want to join the fun, right? So I've got a full coffee pot. I'm going to try to broadcast as long as I possibly can. By the way, if you find any value, I've got to catch a train next week. So I need a little spending money to get on that train and go to Texas and pick up a car, thanks to the Domex, right? So if you've got, if later on tonight, if you're like, okay, Ron, now he's really broadcasting and you want to support, please do so. Never rode a train in my life. As a matter of fact, I'm more scared of the train than I am anything in Halloween. And that's weird. I'm not scared of planes. I'm not scared of buses, but there's something about the train that freaks me out. I don't know why. But I love you. Thank you guys for joining us. Make sure you wish Mary a happy birthday. So the call-in number is 501-777-5631. I know some of you said that you would call in, and I hope you start doing it right off the bat, man. There we go. 205 area code. You're on the air. Who are you speaking with?
Well, actually, the call's coming from inside the house, Joe.
Oh, is it?
No, it's Corey.
What's up, man?
It's Corey. What's up, man?
Yeah, what's going on?
Not much. I'm sitting here with Amanda, and she just got off work, and she was still reminding me of some of the crazy stuff that's happened over the last couple of years while we were sitting here.
Famous near-death experience, crazy time shift thing that happened. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yes, sir.
All right. Well, let's hear it. What did we not talk about? What was a very intriguing thing that we missed?
Okay, so what we missed was, Bear, can you pull up those?
Yeah. I'm Amanda, by the way.
How you doing, Amanda? Nice to meet you.
How are you?
Good.
Nice to meet you too. I didn't really get to listen to what all y'all talked about last time, but I have so many things that I could say. I don't even know, like, really where I would want to begin. I know y'all talked about the cerebrospinal fluid coming flying out of his face.
Out of his nose, I think you said, right?
Yeah, come flying out of his nose. I guess I could tell you, like, kind of based off around that. So I've known Corey for like 2.5 years now, and whenever I very first met him, he was a completely different person. He was, sorry, Corey, but he was super negative. He was just always had a drink in his hand, like kind of stayed stuck in his room a little bit drunk. And he was just like a bad boy kind of, you know? That's kind of how I viewed him.
That's why you was attracted to him too, wasn't it? Come on now.
Yeah. I will say this too.
Nobody likes a nice guy.
I don't know if this is appropriate to say or not, but he has this like really intense sexual energy about him. Mm-hmm. And I think that comes into play. Like,
it's because he's a magician. Only magicians have that kind of sexual energy.
Maybe so. And just like a couple of things that I knew about him before any of this happened, like, I mean, and it's not really, I guess, my story to tell, but I'm sure he won't mind if I comment on it a little bit. But he had one of those childhoods that, you know, you read about like in a book. I don't know if you've ever heard of that book, A Child Called It.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he kind of had one of those childhoods. Like his mother was hyper religious, and Corey is definitely on the autism spectrum. And like in the 80s and 90s, you know, that wasn't really an option to be autistic. So she just thought he was possessed by a demon.
Really?
So Yeah.
That's a
So
hell of a
she
thing
would
to say. You little demon.
Yeah. I mean, he kind of is, but
Sure.
she would tie him up in the basement and like try to exercise him. Yeah, like try to exercise demons out of him. And I don't know,
This is
I
great.
definitely think all those hours that he spent in the basement, like physically restricted, made him be able to go places in his mind.
Like, leave my body.
Yeah, like leave his body.
She tied you up, bro?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she and like and that's just a pollution.
She's she's mentally ill is what it is.
Yeah.
So it is.
That's
it
a
is,
fact.
It is, yeah. Suffice to say, though, when I was telling you about my ND, when I was crying out for my mommy, like this is the reason she's telling you this is because, when I told her about my ND and I told her, she knew everything that had happened to me growing up, and then I told her how I had been crying out for my mommy, which is just not, like those two things can't go together. You know what I mean? Like I can't be crying out for my mommy when that happens. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Maybe screaming, "No, mommy."
Sorry. So your parents, because I got ADD, I got to make sure I got this right. Your parents, your mother tied you up. Your mother?
Yeah.
Tied you up and tried to exorcise demons out of you at how old?
Oh, this was from the time it was going on from the time I was a baby until
4, maybe.
Yeah, well, I ran away from home when I was 12, like 12-ish, around there, middle school.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a good start.
That's a little bit of like just a touch on his childhood. And then these are, I guess, like kind of foreshadowings of what's to come because, at the time, like that's just the story of a bad childhood. Or there was the time where he was angry and I guess he chi blasted a windshield out.
Okay, yeah, yeah, I didn't know what that was either, but windshields are designed to handle car wrecks and everything like that, right?
Supposed to.
I had come across an ex of mine being unfaithful in a car, and I didn't think I even touched this windshield, and the entire thing shattered. And that's not something I even briefly understood until I started connecting the dots until recently that was potentially part of like, because we believe that there's like, I'm a high energy individual. There's like other things, like you remember I had told you about how I had struggled with the addiction for a long time, and I was in a community of people who used. But there was a number of instances where I would always stick around. If somebody OD'd, I would always stick around and make sure that they got help. And there was like a number of times that somebody would be like gone. They would be gone. And I'm not even going to try and sound cool about this because it is what it is. But I would become an emotional wreck when that I would come across somebody like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so routinely I would like hold the person and I would prop them up between my legs and like hold them up against my chest. And when I would scream, they would come back. And it happened four times that happened, where it was to the extent that the third and fourth time that it happened, I knew that that's what I should do. I needed to just put that it had something to do with when I let out emotional pain, that like it's just a high intensity energy situation. But this isn't stuff that we understood even remotely until way further down the line. I honestly had no clue. I didn't even account for these things until after the near-death experience. I mean, I've had several near-death experiences of my own, but like the last one that happened that I told you about, where I came back and I'm not in the same. This is a slightly different place than I was before.
Okay.
But
all right. So
yeah. Anyway.
So now that we know, like, kind of how things are with you with that, where does Amanda come in to the picture? Like, obviously, you guys vibrated towards each other, but where does this start? Like, so from Amanda's point of view, did you see a problem like right off the bat when you met him? Did you have a worry? Were you concerned?
Well, I really didn't plan on sticking around very long, so I wasn't really concerned about anything. I just thought we were hanging out, But I'll tell you, like, when things changed for me is, I think he told y'all the story of the cerebrospinal fluid coming out of his nose. The day after that happened, he woke up a completely different person, and he definitely had my interest then, because he went from, like, he couldn't even stand to hear a negative phrase uttered. He would recoil from anything that was like, had a kind of a bad attitude, anything that was negative, anything that was sad. Like, he could not tolerate it at all. And weird stuff too, like, I don't want it to sound like he's got bugs in his room, because he doesn't, but like lizards and salamanders and little insects, like, they kept finding him. This sounds crazy.
No, that's
and he even
cool.
had like
those are fire elementals, by the way.
Yeah, and like all these weird things, like, were being attracted to him, and he was so sensitive, and like he would only wear white. And I'm talking about, this happened immediately. Like, he woke up a totally different person. And he was so hypersensitive to like everything around him. It was like he was one big raw nerve. And so then we're just sitting here with this totally new person. He can't really go out in public, because every time he goes out in public, he basically like attempts to crawl up in a ball.
Well, I would feel everything. Like, I could. It really was. I became intensely psychic, and I didn't even know that that's what it was. All of a sudden, I was incredibly uncomfortable all the time, and I couldn't figure out what was going on. And that was also a process of discovery. It was like I had become intensely psychic. I didn't realize that that's what was going on. I just knew that, like, now, like, when I could feel people's insecurities, and it actually creates an uncomfortable physical sensation in my body. And
I know that feeling all too well. Like, you start feeling like you're on eggshells a little bit, like, immediately.
Yeah, I tend to actually make people feel insecure too, because like, I'm a real big guy, and like,
I know that feeling too.
And I'm a big guy, so like that. You automatically intimidate people, and then and I just bring people's insecurities out. I don't want to go into like trying to like humble brag or anything, but I have reasons.
Well, it's a curse, in my opinion. Like, because I mean, you just want everybody to feel safe, and in my opinion, you want everyone to feel safe, loved, and secure. That's all you want, especially
100%. But
themselves.
But then, like, I'm in a situation where, like, I can't. I'm at work, and a girl slams. Well, she doesn't slam, but she puts the change down on the counter, right? And when she does, she apologizes to me for the sound that the quarter makes. And that's the day when I realized that it was psychic, because when that happened, I flashed, and I saw her hiding in her parents' bedroom, or in her bedroom from her parents. And then I saw like just 100 instances of her getting yelled at. And then it all led up to this moment of her apologizing to me for the sound of her coin hitting the counter when she put her money on the counter. And I broke down sobbing, and I was like, I can't do it. I can't go out in public. I can't do it, because I can't function in a world where I'm supposed to do business with you, and I see you're hurting.
Right.
You know what I mean?
So this is all before the NDE, right?
No, this is after the.
This is after.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's like the NDE happens.
It goes NDE. It goes NDE, then the cerebral spinal fluid incident, and then
All of this.
Like when the cerebral spinal fluid incident, we may as well just call it a Kundalini awakening, because that's exactly what it was. So the Kundalini awakening happens, right? And now I don't realize that that's what happened. I don't know anything about spirituality. I'm a miserable atheist at this point, right? All I know is that I have access to a layer of consciousness that I didn't know existed. I thought I was losing my mind because I'm seeing and hearing things that I know aren't there, that nobody else is responding to.
And he's somewhat trying to keep what he's experiencing a secret from me. So I'm steady watching him, and I'm like, he's crazy. This man is crazy, you know? And I think the moment that I realized, because I'm a nurse, like I'm a trauma nurse, so I deal in the physical, right? Bodies, bones, blood, like that's what I do. And he's like living in a totally different place. And so we were in his room one night, and I know, like at that point, he had told me that he had found the Gateway tapes. And I guess he was like looking for answers, and he kind of stumbled upon the Gateway tapes.
Yeah, okay, because so keep in mind, I'm aware that I'm able to communicate with things that other people aren't noticing around me, and I don't consider that it's an external thing. I think I've lost my mind and I can't tell anybody. So, but then that just has me dive deep into consciousness. And what's unfortunate is the Gateway tapes. It was a wonderful thing as a double-edged sword, because it comes with a lot of conspirituality, and I got lost in a lot of the spirituality culture.
Hold on a second? Yeah. Did you just say conspirituality?
Yes.
That's a cool phrase. That should be on a T-shirt, actually.
I've never heard that word before.
But yeah, so I got lost in that whole conspirituality scene because I said I'm a miserable atheist at this point. So like, I don't consider that this could be something that's really spiritual. I think that I'm some sort of fucking black budget project is being run. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand what's going on.
For like a split second, he was convinced that the feds
because I couldn't understand. I'm like, what is going on with me?
You're some kind of
I'm not somebody who's
MK Ultra victim.
Of the road.
Yes, MK Ultra. That was one of the theories.
Yeah, and like I'm like, I'm not standing out in the middle of the road screaming, screaming, at the newspaper, or trying to dress myself in tinfoil, and that's my only image of what, that could have been, right? But one thing that did connect me to that MK Ultra stuff is the extreme way that I was abused when I was a kid. Like, that's a lot of the Project Mockingbird stuff. That's what you hear about. It was kids with extreme trauma have psi ability.
It reminds me of that movie, like Red Dragon. Have you seen that movie, Red Dragon, with like that kid who's raised by his grandmother, and she's like evil to him, and then he turns into a psychopath killer, and like, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Oh, well, it's.
I want to watch that. Yeah. That sounds awesome.
But I've said my whole life is that I never understood why I'm not that. Like, I always, like anybody else with my kind of background, like they should have been, lashing out. You know what I mean? And I never really did that. But anyway, so that led to conspirituality, is what I'm saying, and that kind of took me down a bunch of rabbit holes that didn't really fill my cup, if you know what I mean. Like, it created more questions without solving anything or giving me direction on what to do about it. You know what I mean?
Which is a good thing, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I wanted to share, so he's like teetering back and forth between spirituality and fighting that whole mostly inner battle, but some of it kind of seeping out where I can see it. And we were in his room one night, and I'm going to say his bookshelf flew off the wall, but when I say it flew off the wall, I mean like there was clearly a force acting on that bookshelf that was not gravity. And I've never seen anything like that happen in my whole
bookshelf?
life. I was terrified.
The whole bookshelf came off the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a book. It's
We're
like
looking at it right now.
yeah, I'm looking at it too, see how I could describe it. It's like a book tower that was a little bit off the ground, kind of mounted to the wall, and it flew forward.
It flew longer than the length of it into the room. That's how you knew there was force behind it, is because it's not even like if you tip that over right now, it wouldn't fly into the middle of the room, you know?
But I don't even think if you stood behind it and well, you can't. But if you
what
could
she
get
didn't know is
behind,
that and what she didn't know, what she that's the night that I told you I was starting to see that I was seeing the wavy line thing.
Oh yeah. Well, you didn't tell me until after the bookshelf thing had happened, because I'm like, okay, Corey,
she's freaking out.
What just happened? Like, what was that?
Were you doing any circles then?
And she didn't understand. I was really calm.
All right, hold on a second. Were you doing any circles then?
No, dude, that didn't come. That
you didn't start realizing that there's a. Well, you probably started realizing it later, right? Like there's a.
Yeah.
Yep.
So what happened with that is, you know, that's what I'm saying. Like when the Kundalini happened, I start seeing these wavy, these figures that were kind of humanoid looking, right? That look like, you know, a good example is a perfect example of it is, you remember the movie Predator, when the Predator would turn invisible?
Yeah.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
So, like you're looking over hot gravel or a hot blacktop, and you know how it creates that wavy line look. I would see what looks like a human being, but with that wavy line look, and they'd be around me, and that turned into an experience where the blue angels, remember, and hear me out. This is weird. I had this interaction with these entities that were just blue energy, right? And I swear to you, they told me that I had a bad liver, and they were fixing me up. And I actually told you about that night, because that's the night that I came flying back in through my wall where the guitar is on the wall.
Oh yeah, I do remember that.
And that was actually right. That was like that same week that the bookshelf flew off the wall. As a matter of fact.
Yeah, things had kind of started to heat up.
That's what it was. That because she was freaking out when the bookshelf thing happened, and I was calmly asking them to stop freaking her out. And because I knew it had to have something to do with these things because I've been seeing them around so much.
Now you realize if you're in the room with the doctor right now, they would put you in a therapy immediately.
Oh my gosh, yeah, they totally would, because when I was a little girl, I told my parents that I saw blue people in my house, because I did. I saw like neon blue, just an outline of people, and I would see them all the time.
Yeah.
And I also thought I was being abducted by aliens when I was like 12 or 13. And I got put in counseling for that, because they thought that it was like some childhood trauma coming out from like, you know, things happening in the middle of the night. But I still stand by like what I saw and felt and experienced. I had kind of been talked out of it, but after all this stuff happened with Corey, like I'm going back to my original beliefs.
Also, when she told me about that there's a story in my family about how when I was in kindergarten, right? The first graders have a full day of school. The kindergartners have a half day of school. My sister's in the first grade. My uncle's supposed to be watching us. My sister comes home at 3:00. My uncle wakes up to her coming in and realizes that I was supposed to be home 3 hours ago. So he rushes out into the trailer park. Everybody's looking for me. Nobody can find me. There's a hill that's overlooking the trailer park. And my uncle finds me up on top of the hill. And he said, I'm staring up at the sky, and my vision just locked into the sky. And he runs up to me and he says, you know, Corey, what do you think you're doing? And that's when he shook me, and that's when my vision broke. And I said, just wondering. And that's a story that my family's told forever, that I never really thought much of it. I just thought, yeah, no shit, I'm autistic. Like, that's what we do, bro.
Yeah.
We just wonder.
We just wonder things. We just wonder at the sky sometimes.
So where was Amanda at when you had the NDE? Was she there with you?
That was a few months before we met.
Yeah, that was just shortly before we met each other.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's usually a good sign too. You go through something like that, the next thing you know, somebody's in your life, right? So I can imagine at the time, how alone were you feeling, Corey?
Oh, dude, I moved down to okay. I'm from Detroit. Like, I'm not from Alabama. I'm from Detroit, and this is another weird thing. Like, moving down here, I just randomly decided to move.
You randomly
here.
picked Alabama?
Well, yeah, because everybody was dead. Like, all the homies were dead. You know what I mean? Like, so there's really nothing. I was like, if I still stayed, I knew it was going to happen to me. You know. And I felt like I was turning into an immortal junkie up there. Like, nobody wants to be living forever like that.
A junkie that won't die. Is that what you felt like?
Yeah, dude. It literally like a version of hell.
I know the feeling.
And I watch all, like, literally, like, I can't even tell you how many people die. That's why I got to that point where I was sick of watching people die. I would sit there and I'd hold them up against me and I'd cry. Was this
before fentanyl got big or after?
What was that?
Was this before fentanyl got big or after?
Dude, it was like the whole rise of it. Like, people didn't even know what they were getting when I was involved. Like, people didn't know what they were getting. It was just coming out. So it's just like when everybody's dropping dead.
That makes
nobody
sense.
knows what the heck's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Right.
Yeah. I'm
sorry.
Lost. Where are we at?
I threw you off there, but I was just curious because that killed a few of my friends too. You know.
Yeah. I'll circle back around to this, but like there is still a part of the conspirituality in me that believes that remember I told you about the entity that was like my guardian angel. I'm pretty sure that that's the thing that's been whispering in my ear, telling me to take the right turn at the right time, like go to Alabama and meet Amanda and get, have all these experiences and stuff like that. Because none of it makes sense. Like, why I'd be able to do this, And
truthfully, something must have been acting on me too, because I am not, like, I've had 2 boyfriends in my whole life, okay? I've never, like, been on a dating website, did any of that, and I got to be single, so I got on a dating site, and I hadn't talked to anybody, really, but I found his profile, and not only did I reach out to him, he kind of didn't really respond for but a few days, and I waited like 3 weeks, and I went in on him again and tried to talk to him again, so I basically, like, ran him down.
Yeah, a lot of people think, I don't want to get into all that because I'll offend some people, but yeah, that's totally natural, actually. So this guy's on his spiritual path, vibrating in ways he can't even understand, and you're finding some irresistible thing about him, which naturally, I don't know if you guys listened to the podcast I did about masculine and feminine energies, where one is a chaos of like spermosa energy, and then feminine will, once it's at its peak, right? It doesn't matter who's it's in, but once it starts to get at some kind of peak, the feminine energy will want to wrap a circle around it. That's how it works.
Oh, we're going to have to go listen to that. That's super interesting.
That's how it works. So most guys that are buying all this stuff to attract girls, whatever, it's the dumbest crap in the world. Trying to find formulas for it all. All anybody, not just guys, all anybody has to do is do what you love doing and follow your heart and your spiritual path. And that's it. You don't have to I would even say you don't even have to get on dating sites, but you do have to do something,
Yeah.
you know, but I don't know.
Yeah, you know,
I've never done any of that stuff. So.
I think you're right. You know, I will say I whether it's not something I like very much, but I attract a lot of attention, and I think since all of this started going down, that's gone up even more. Like, it's very clear that I'm radiating an energy that people they notice it, and I know that they're not aware that that's what they're noticing. That's why, like, I even say to them, I complain to Amanda constantly that, like, they think it's like they think they're in love, and it's like, I know better because I see them it happen to, you know, it's at such a high frequency that I know what they're experiencing, and they think it's this other thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, you think you're attracted. It has nothing to do with that. There's something biological that's going on here.
Yeah,
you
like
know?
lizards coming to you. They weren't
That's
in
what
love
I'm saying.
with
Like,
you.
the animals, like,
Lizards.
she wasn't even kidding. Like, lizards. I had a lynx that was sitting outside of my window every night. Just all sorts of. I found my dog. My dog is my best friend, dude. And my dog just walks up to me, and ask Amanda. I the night before I got my dog, the night before I found my dog, I cried to Amanda. I cried on the phone to her, and I said, I need to get a dog.
Yeah.
Because there's certain things at the time. It was the Kundalini had me feeling insane and isolated, and I knew I felt like I needed a dog because, like, at least, you know, when I go out there, I'm so sensitive to everybody's negative energy that I wanted something that was just going to be happy.
Okay. Well,
around me all the time. You know what I mean?
Sure. Let's go back to this Kundalini thing, right? I remember the first time you talked about this. You said, I don't recommend anybody go out and try to do this, try to have
Absolutely
a Kundalini
not.
awakening or whatever. So, and you have to forgive me because sometimes I forget, you know, specifics, but were you trying, didn't you say this happened randomly to you? Is that what you said?
Random, 100% randomly. We were sitting here.
You were actually, when it happened, you were here and I was at work, and you 911 texted me.
Yeah, because I heard a popping sound in my brain is what happened, and a fluid came gushing out of my nose. And it wasn't like a snot kind of a popping up in your nose. It was like a loud cracking sound inside of my head, and this strange substance came out. And so Amanda comes, and that's when you did the halo test.
Yeah, there's like a test we do, like just a quick little test for people who have brain injuries and stuff like that. You get like a just regular medical gauze pad, and you tap it on the fluid, and if it forms a halo, then that's a positive test for cerebrospinal fluid. So I brought the gauze, and that's the first thing I did. And
the thing is I've always had this issue with being able to know things without knowing it. And I called it. I said it was cerebrospinal fluid. I also said when I got a clot in my leg before, I didn't know anything about blood clots, and I said I knew that there was a blood clot in my leg, and that ended up being a big thing.
So tell him.
The same thing as me, like knowing how to play the piano. I never had a lesson in my life. I just know how to do things.
So tell him whenever you said you wouldn't recommend it for anybody.
Oh,
like that's what he was asking.
Oh
about.
yeah, no, it's absolutely not. I don't think that
it's dangerous. If
it's
your body
so
and your
dangerous.
mind is not ready for it, it's dangerous. And it is the core secrets, the core secrets to alchemy. So when you read books and they say this stuff is dangerous and they don't tell you what it is, that's what they're talking about every time.
It's funny is, what's funny is, like, it's like you say, the more a person would tell me that their mind's ready for it, the more that they're 100% not ready for it. What are you talking about? You think you're ready for it? You're absolutely not ready for it.
Yeah.
If you are totally afraid of it ever happening to you, you might be ready for it.
The salamanders thing is something that I've had experience with, dude. I don't want to go into it because it's kind of personal I was with another person too, but at the time I was doing, like, the fire element was big in my life. Yeah. And I had everywhere I went, there were swarms of them, swarms of salamanders that were coming around. And this is when I was, studying specifically Golden Dawn magic and reading about the elementals and stuff. But I'm also understanding, that my consciousness is tapped into this creative aspect of this. So we're observing and creating all the time. But in the physical world, these some bitches were coming around like crazy all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. And like, my whole magic journey has been in the last year. Okay.
Oh, really?
That's when I started finding out that the answers to how to direct this energy that I have, and the sensitivities that I have, and how to apply them constructively, in almost, rather it being this thing that it really is debilitating, it has become a way of performing experimentation, every moment of my life, really. But there are controlled ritual experiments, right? But
yeah,
I'm I found a lot of my answers in hermetic magic, and not just hermetic magic, but actually, I'd heard you mention, that's actually how I first found your channel. Was I heard you talking on somebody else's show about your experience with Golden Dawn stuff. But I'll tell you about it later. But the person that you were learning that from, I don't want to, but you should let me email you about that person, because I have reason to believe that you wouldn't be safe if you continued to learn from them.
I wasn't learning from one person ever. I know better to do that with my spirit anyway. So, like. Oh,
okay. Maybe I misunderstood the interview. Then you were talking about that dude and his wife, and I don't want to.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't want to speak his name.
I've been around them personally. Right. Yeah. For long periods of time. And you have to understand, some people are just, you're autistic, so you understand this. Some people are just really individuated and misunderstood.
Yeah.
Really,
Yeah. And some people do that and they become cult leaders too.
Yeah, that's a fact too, man. But the whole Golden Dawn thing, and the reason why the energy
I got a great Golden Dawn joke for you, though. Ready?
Yeah, go ahead.
What's the greatest mystery that you can never learn in the Golden Dawn?
What's that?
Why it costs $37,000 to learn it.
Right. Well, the whole reason why, when they start learning this stuff, the 3 steps of the mysteries, and they start making temples, and the next thing you know, there's this political outburst and these temples fall apart, is because the teachings themselves, once they start getting infiltrated with all that political crap and all this other stuff, it will find a way to tear it down every time.
Yeah. Yeah,
it just
true.
Does.
Also, it's here's the thing, and I think it would be cool. I don't know, maybe if you wouldn't do it, maybe I was thinking about doing a book club of videos of going through the Regardie books and just exploring the text with people online, because it's all published. It's published material. There's no reason it requires. It requires all of that interpersonal hierarchy stuff. It really doesn't. There's self-initiation books at this point. And the problem is, what I've seen a lot with Hermetic stuff is that it creates cult leaders. It creates God complex. Really, he's not the only one.
YouTube does that now.
Occultist of all time came from there, Crowley, and he had the similar experience. It goes to people's heads.
Yeah, YouTube does that now, but I think we're digressing. Anyways, so.
Oh yeah, sorry.
When Amanda found out that it was cerebral spinal fluid, right? Like, How concerned were you at this level, Amanda? Like,
I was packing up, baby. We were going to the ER.
Oh, except I don't. Yeah.
I couldn't get him to go, but I was like, okay, yeah, put your shoes on. I'm taking you, like right now. I'm taking you to the ER. But he
just so happens my greatest phobia is anything to do with doctors. I cannot. If it's invasive, I don't do it. I literally broke both my knees, and I wouldn't go to the hospital until it was a crisis.
But from a trauma nurse point of view, it's something you have to do, right? Like you have to do it.
Well, yeah, I'd never heard of, outside of like having some type of fracture in your face or your skull, you know, something being majorly wrong. I'd never heard of anybody having a CSF leak and it just being casual and okay, you know.
And that turned out to be what it was. Like they couldn't detect that anything was wrong. There's nothing wrong with me.
Oh yeah, right. So I, you know, of course I won. So I did eventually get to take him. So
you won.
But,
yeah,
I like that.
Yeah, because I won't go. I literally will not go to the doctors for, like, I will not go.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Well, they can make things worse sometimes.
I'll promise to go for several days, and I won't.
So here's the thing. Here's what Corey said. When he left, he came back, and this is one of the trippiest things I've ever heard in my entire life. And I've talked about several NDEs on the show back to like 2015, whatever. When he left, he came back living on a different side than he lived before of that duplex. Like something physically shifted in his reality. Yeah, Amanda, did you feel any kind of shift in reality whatsoever during this time?
So that was just prior to me and him coming together. So that was pre-me.
Okay.
That's right. She didn't exist in that universe.
Yeah, I was not there.
Okay.
But that's kind of a part of it. Yeah, dude. Like,
I'm doing this whole detective thing, trying to verify stories. So you'll have to forgive me. Like, it's just a thing I do. It's not personal.
You could. Yeah. You know? No, I don't care. But with that, you know, as my deep dive into that, you know, and I told you I'm not being deterministic about it anymore, but
sure.
You know, there's the whole concept of timelines, right? And that's a good possibility. Another one I considered is that there's something called a walk-in soul. Yeah,
right. I was going to ask you about that, actually.
Yeah, and I just actually found out about that one kind of recently, but I think if anything, it sounds like I'm having a walk-in soul experience because of the radical change in who I am. But it's almost like, you know.
Well, didn't you recover from addictions too? Like all that was gone, everything was gone.
100% of it. Yeah, but that was after the Kundalini. So, but this is what I'm saying. When I came back from the NDE, right, and now I'm on the other side of the duplex, right. I go from that moment forward. It's like these parts of me are slowly starting to peel off and fall off, right? Like, and which like we have these. It's like these parts are falling off and peeling off, and new light is coming in, and as this new light comes in, I have these moments happen, like the Kundalini thing happened. But after the NDE, when I came back and I was on the other side of the duplex, that was when it was really like from that moment forward, my life had started to change. And for 40 years, I'm 40, you know, like for 40 years, my life was the same thing. You know, it was always the same thing. I was just, you know, not.
Sounds like a walk-in to me. Right.
And
it definitely
and then
does.
From that moment forward, all of a sudden, everything starts rapidly changing.
Yeah, it definitely does. I mean, I don't know that for a fact. Yeah, I don't go around here pushing facts too much around here. More questions than facts. But like the definition of a walk-in and what people talk about with a walk-in, I mean, it's hitting every point, you know. What are your thoughts on it?
Well, and like the thing too is like, and I tell Amanda all the time, like, if I had to, me today, right? If I had to do one day, even half of, if I had to do 2 hours of Corey's life 5 years ago, right? I literally I would choose to not be alive. Like I could not do what he did. That is not something I'm capable. It's not, there's not a single atom in my body I could motivate me to go do that. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I get it, man. I get it. It's intense. You've had some intense experiences. You want to share them with people. And I'm glad that you found this channel and these people here, like a place where you can do that. Because that's what I want this place to be. You know? Because you're talking about a lot of vulnerable stuff here. Honestly.
Oh, here's some things real quick. I'll share with you real quick. Amanda. Okay, so when I figured out that after and I started having these experiences with the entities and stuff like that, I call Amanda up at work and I say that I think I start to figure out that I think it's because I'm like a raw psychic nerve, you know, and I tell her when you get home, I want to do some experiments on, you know, trying to see about, you know, psychic stuff, right?
Mm.
And so whenever
Perfect.
he said that on the phone, he was basically saying like he wanted to see if he could like guess things or whatever. And so in my head, I say to myself,
I said we're gonna make flashcards.
Oh yeah, it was that old thing. He said we're gonna make flashcards.
Perfect, especially if y'all were into each other, like big time. Like perfect.
Yeah, exactly. And so I say, just in my own head, I'm like thinking, oh, I guess this number, guess this color, and I'm like in my head, I'm like yellow, and he just all like. I didn't say color to him. I didn't say number to him. He didn't say it to me.
I didn't tell her to even guess a color.
He just goes yellow on the phone. Like he just pulled it right out of my head, and it's yellow. Nobody says yellow.
Yeah. So then she gets home and she wants to use cards that she can make sure, because that weirded her out. She wants to use cards that she makes sure that I didn't use. So
my daughter had this like little
tarot
deck of tarot cards, like a Books a Million type thing.
Yeah.
And so I went and got those and like shuffled them up or whatever, and I drew the top card off. And I don't really know anything about the tarot deck, and I don't think you did.
I've never seen a tarot deck before in my life. Never looked at them. I know of them, but I never.
So I was like, guess this card. I mean, he knew it was a tarot deck, but he said, "Okay, it is a ace, 4 or a 7." And then he was like doing his hand in the air, and he was like, "It's like a stick or a knob." And then he goes, "Oh, it's a wand, ace of wands." And that's exactly what card I had.
And keep in mind, I started off, I'm starting to name suits on a deck of playing cards because I don't know what, you know, I don't know that there's a wand or.
Yeah, you don't really know the tarot correspondences that well yet.
Yeah.
Right.
So, but like as I'm saying it in my head, I see in the astral light, I see what I begin to say collapse into the number 1, and then I realized that the number 1 is made out of a wand, and I'm like, is it an ace of wand? And she's like, holy shit, you know. And the only 2 other things I would say, Bear, is I told him about the owl experience last time.
Oh yeah.
That wasn't the only time. So this just happened probably 3 weeks ago, right?
The deer? Yeah,
the deer. Okay, so I wake up in the middle of the night and I'm having some intense sexual dreams that things are happening that I'm not okay with in the dream. So I'm like shook by it. And I wake Amanda up and I tell her about it. I'm like, I'm having these really awful sexual dreams. And I tell her, I'm like, in that moment, I'm like, I believe that there's a succubus spirit on me right now, and I have to do a banishing ritual, and I don't want to freak you out.
You have to start with something, man. You got to start training that psyche somehow. Get that stuff off of you.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And so I perform the banishing ritual, and as soon as I do that, literally as soon as I hit the end of the Kabbalistic cross on the way out, right, I go, oh, it worked. And Amanda goes, why? What happened? And I pointed out the window. Here, I'll let you tell, Bear. Sorry.
There was a deer out there, and we don't live like out in the woods. We live in the suburbs, and there was a deer staring back right at him. And from where I was sitting, I like get up to look at the deer, and usually I grew up out in the woods, so usually when a deer sees you flinch, it's going to take off,
Most of the time.
And I moved in front of the window. I'm looking back at him. I'm looking back at the deer, back and forth. He's talking and staring at it, and it just doesn't even flinch, and it just stares at him. And it was still standing there when we decided to stop looking at it.
Joe, its head was as high as the neighbor's garage.
It did. It seems like it was a bigger version than it should have been. Like, it felt larger than life.
Yeah, because it was a female deer. It couldn't have been that.
It didn't have horns on it.
Yeah. And it's just like when the owl came.
What time of year was it?
4 feet tall.
Say that again?
What time of year was it?
This would have been like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I was fixing to say certain times of the year, even bucks shed their antlers, so you can't tell. You have to look at their. You have to look at their muscles and their hoofs and stuff. Things like that.
But I did some research though, just on deer spirit. Just because, to me, it was pretty clear that I banished a spirit, and the next thing you know, I'm seeing a deer staring at me from outside the window. So essentially, if there was an area that it couldn't cross, it was like staring from the edge of it at me. You know what I mean? I'm like, so maybe that's a physical representation of that energy. You know what I mean? That's what I always consider everything, by the way, too, Joe, is I consider it just all psycho-spiritual. So it's like, I think if something's going on, it's like somehow it's the power of the human subconscious. You know what I mean? It's a technology.
That's it.
I think we project that shit out.
Well, this is why, when you go through the Hermetic mysteries, everybody's into magic, right? And it's because the reason why people love magic so much is because you're starting to understand the play between the physical and the astral. It's really doing something, right? But when you get to, like the second phase where you should be beginning like the alchemy stuff, you're always doing alchemy, but you know what I mean. You don't need it. You don't necessarily have to do it anymore. You can always use it, but you don't need it, So it's good that when all this stuff started happening, that however you got to magic to begin with, that's a pretty powerful thing, because you start training yourself. I need to learn, right? Like how to protect my psyche, how to protect my energy. Like there's other energy besides what my five senses are seeing, I mean, you knew that already, but magic gives you a way to process it and help, like a technology. Yeah. It's a good word for it, actually.
Yeah. And it's wild is that because of that conspirituality stuff, when you hear about magic stuff, generally my only knowledge of it is either through prejudice, through certain Judeo-Christian beliefs, and prejudice through the conspirituality culture, who says any organization that wants to keep information proprietary is bad, right? Yeah. And so it wasn't until I realized, like, well, you have to do work to control things. It takes discipline to control things, right? So these groups that keep things proprietary, it's a bunch of disciplined people who want to keep it to other people who are disciplined, for the most part, from what I've experienced, for
the most part. But there is remember though, there is like the alchemical thing that they do and still definitely want to keep somewhat secret till you get to that, because if you got everybody having Kundalini awakenings and spinal fluid popping out of their head and people going crazy, that's a problem. That's also a problem too.
you couldn't have society. There would be no functioning society if it wasn't happening in mass, you know?
I mean, I've had people go crazy on this show that worked with this show that just by doing a few things that I didn't think was the right. In my mind, there's a process because you have a body, right? And your body works a certain way, and you should take care of it in a certain way, especially if you're putting other energies into it or messing with energy you don't understand. So if you dabble with things on purpose, there's always a chance of a bad science experiment happening. That's a risk.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
But a Kundalini awakening, when someone's not ready for it, from what I understand, okay, is not a good thing at all.
And it's kind of to me when you say that though, Joe, it's like, to me, it's like, would you have a kid if you were ready for it? Like when people say they're not going to have a kid until they're ready. Like, when are you ready? When are you ready to have a kid, dude? What are you talking about? You're never going to do it. But also, I don't think it's something you should seek, but I think it's something that you should. If it's going to happen for you, it should happen naturally. It's not something you should seek out. You know what I mean? Like it could go. It's not as prescribed. You know what I mean? It's not just going to come out the way that you think it's going to. Do you know what I'm saying?
Sure. I do know what you're saying.
No matter what, like if you're seeking it, it's like if you're seeking it, it's like that's a lust for result right there, right?
So
so it's not going to go haywire for you.
So what is the biggest thing that you'd wanted to tell us, Amanda? Like your side of this, just how profound all of this was, or
yeah, that's exactly it. Like, I think because, you know, like I read stuff on the internet or I hear other people's stories or you see videos, and like to actually know somebody that something like this has happened to and witness it. Like as far as like the bookshelf and the transformation in him, and even like the deer thing a few weeks ago, it's just like, it's real to me now too, you know, because I've seen it in a sense happen. And so
she's very distrusting.
I am. And even after seeing some of the things I've seen, I'm still like a skeptic kind of about, you know, things in general. But it's like, I feel like I went through the closet into Narnia. Like, I feel like I live in a different place than I thought I lived, because the rules aren't what I thought they were.
At some point you realize you're in a fishbowl full of a lot of people that know certain things, some smarter than others, some not. But when it comes to like the bigger questions, no matter how much their senses and brain try to wrap themselves around it, they just don't know. So in a sense, we're all just as lost as everybody else on some level. So that means when you experience the mystery, that's a good thing. Like I think it's good to be skeptical, and I think it's good to also be open-minded at the same time. Like you guys could really explore consciousness together, and in a way that most people might not get to. Because if you start like giving into beliefs, then you start putting walls in your consciousness, in a sense. But because belief is so powerful. So to stay open to the unknown is the best place to be in, always. Even though it's uncomfortable.
She's just starting her foray into Kabbalistic teachings, which I'm hoping to expand to sex magic eventually, but you know, that's down the line. But
yeah,
her mind is open to receiving that light now, which, you know, I anticipate, you know, I think like attracts like. You can see that in this universe. And so if this has happened to me and she's been attracted to me and she doesn't know what this is all about, but she continues to stick by my side, it's clearly there's something in it for her too.
Yeah, man, of course. I hope. Yeah, or you guys wouldn't even be in each other's lives. I think something cool is going to happen between you two, and I hope to hear more back from both of you. You know, like, let us know. It's cool stuff.
Yeah, it's very exciting.
I do wonder, though, if the old Corey did disappear, though. I can't help but wonder about that. Did he disappear? Was it a walk-in, you know? that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, if it's not a walk-in, the ideas I've played with, if it's not that I'm a walk-in, it's that with every decision that's made and this is a ridiculous notion, just so you know, I believe this. I don't believe that the timeline splits off with every different choice that we made. I just don't buy that. I think that the universe is too efficient for that much wasted energy to create a whole other universe just based off of one minor decision.
What if it was like a spirit just hanging out around you all the time, like an avatar, like Thomas Campbell talks about? And he's like, look, this guy, it's almost like he's trying to die. It's sad. So what I'm going to do when this dude goes down, when he goes down, I'm going to step in and change his whole life. That's what I'm going to do.
100%. And like I said, I think that when I had that experience with what I call the kiss of the angel experience with that helmet, that potentially was this interplay between me and this other spirit, that we've been doing this and that we continue to tag team the shit out of life on reincarnation cycles. And that's why we did this before, and I was on the other side of the damn duplex last time. That's it.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's still one of the craziest things I've ever heard. You know, I come back in and an alternate, it has to be like some kind of alternate reality. So maybe the multiverse thing is real, right? Could be. Yeah.
Well, what I think is it's less like a multiverse, and what if the reincarnation it's more like reincarnation than the multiverse. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, man. Is there anything else you want to say, Amanda, since this is your first time calling, like that you wanted to say about all this?
Well, I can't think of anything else, but thank you for letting me share some of my part of the story.
Yeah, it's cool. And I'm glad Corey kind of brought you on. It's cool to hear other people's perspectives of it too, you know, and to get a bigger picture of the story, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for calling, guys. Hey, and if you got any scary stories, I don't know how long we're going to be doing this tonight, but if you think of one and no one's calling, unless I'm in the middle of a scary story, just call in and tell us, because that's what I want to do tonight on Halloween. Thanks for hanging out with us on Halloween, too, by the way.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Good night, dude.
Yeah, you too, brother. Listen, we're going to take a break because we're already over that. We have to do the thing so we can play what music we want to on the radio station. I just was made aware that parts of the broadcast for some reason are getting pulled out of the video. I have no idea why. And so if there's a part where you called in or talked in on the show or something and they get pulled out of the broadcast, I'm just telling you right now, I don't cut anything except like the intros. That's it. You know, that countdown thing, that's all I cut. So I got to figure out what YouTube's doing here, because maybe it's the music. I don't know. I'll figure it out, but we'll get it back somehow. Stay with us. Be right back. Happy Halloween. We're going to get into some, I guess, scary stories. Phone lines are open too. 501-777-5631. Trick or treat.
Olivia from Washington. Laid off and trying to keep our little kids from realizing that Mommy and Daddy haven't eaten in a while.
Roger from California. I'm grateful we could afford our son's surgery. I'm nervous that now we can't really afford food.
Daniel from California. Choosing whether to pay the rent or pay to fix the car to get to work doesn't leave us with much at all. Now we can't even pay for meals.
Donna from Louisiana. The storm just hit, and we went from donating to the food bank to needing it.
Keisha from South Carolina. I've been skipping meals so my 2 kids can eat, but filling up on water doesn't really work.
Hunger is a story we can end. End it at feedingamerica.org. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, how do airplanes fly? What's in this box? Is this tree good for climbing? How are babies made? What does this thing do?
Kids are curious about everything, including guns. Talking to them about gun safety in your home is a good first step, but you can do more. Always keep your guns locked, unloaded, and stored separately from ammunition. Safe gun storage saves lives. Learn how to make your home safer at endfamilyfire.org. That's endfamilyfire.org. Brought to you by End Family Fire, Brady, and the Ad Council.
Have you ever wondered, what do the stars say for me? Or, will the next month or the next year be more favorable? How about, are our 2 signs compatible? Each month, at the new moon, you can ask these questions live with me, your astrologer psychic, Mary DeCina, along with host of Lighting the Void, Joe Root. Join us at the new moon for Cosmic Conditions. We look forward to working with your energy.
Every new moon at 7 p.m. Pacific, 10 p.m. Eastern, right here on Fringe FM.
Are you intrigued by Paranormal Talk Radio? You'll love the new Paranormal Radio app from TalkStream Live. You'll find a great selection of talk shows covering UFOs, ghosts, strange phenomena, and much more. Download the Paranormal Radio app now and start listening to the very best in paranormal talk entertainment, including the network you're listening to right now, the Paranormal Radio app, free in Google Play and the iOS App Store.
So, you love talk radio? Then you'll love TalkStreamLive.com. TalkStream Live is always on, 24/7 with the best streaming talk shows. Find your favorite talkers and discover some new ones. It's free, readily available online or on mobile with any smartphone or tablet. Finding your favorite talk shows all in one place has gotten a whole lot easier. Just go to TalkStreamLive.com. Be sure to download the free apps from Google Play or the iTunes App Store.
All the way from the Deep South. Now, here is your host, Joe Root.
Is it rapture that he wants? Is it capture that I sought? Got me willing, got me chill, got me thrilling.
Happy Halloween, everybody. Really cool. Man, I could talk to probably Corey and Amanda for the entirety of the night about that. That's a trippy thing, man. So if I missed any of your responses or questions in the chat, I apologize. Like, I'm trying to figure out if this is, do I have the scary background music playing? Because I wanted to get into, I guess, some of these scary stories in full Halloween fashion. Also, today that I was working on editing the second episode of Fringe FM. The second episode of Fringe FM will be out after Halloween, unfortunately, but still, it's going to be a cool broadcast. So make sure that you guys check that out too. Fringe FM, the podcast. Looks like we have 256 area code. You're on the air. Who are we speaking with?
Man, it's Will.
Will? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
What's up, Will?
Can you hear me good?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. I apologize for the feedback. What's on your mind?
You mentioned scary stories. I got a few interesting scary stories, I guess.
Give me your best one. Wait, hold on. Let me try
first
something.
I want to say
see if I can do this. Oh, yeah, I got the background music going. Okay. Go ahead. What do you have to say?
Yeah, first I want to say awesome caller before. That was great.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Did you hear the first time that Corey called in, though? The first?
Yeah, that was a great call. Yeah.
Cool. All right, let's hear it.
I definitely resonate with a lot of the stuff he says. So, yeah.
I got a little scary background music for you. Tell me what happened. And you don't have to worry about, like, performing. Just tell me what happened, you know.
Well, I mean, this kind of, I'll try to get into it quick. Our family, we're in East Alabama, so our family, we still have the property. It's about 200 years old. So it was settled in like early 1800s. 1815 is the earliest inscription we have in the house. So there's this huge house, right? So the guys who bought the house in the early 1800s, they got it from, what's that?
Oh, I didn't say anything. I probably need to mute the music. You're
Well,
probably hearing your own voice.
No.
Sorry.
So they were just early colonial settlers. You know, they came in like early 1800s. They got it from indigenous people in the property or whatever. But so they built this house, right? And the house has like Knights Templar logos on it. It has the Venus, the 5-star stuff all over it on the dormers. You know, there's an archway out in front of it. It faces the south. It's definitely a Pluto archway. It's a doorway to Pluto, pretty much. And it's set up, you know, astrological. It's set up perfectly, right?
A doorway to
So
Pluto.
when I
Why
was
do you say
young,
that?
Doorway to Pluto. It's like an archway. So it's facing south, and there's like a stairway going down from the doorway.
Okay.
Or an archway.
Gotcha. All right.
It's just a door. It's like a masonry door with an archway over it, and it tells, you know, what the place is named, the year it was, you know, founded, and all that stuff. But anyway, it's a typical, you know, southern Alabama house, but it's got, like I said, Templar markings on it. On dormers, it's got the Venus 5-star dormers on it, and one of my earliest memories when I was a child is like below the house on the hill is another total building where we grew up. And one of my earliest memories is walking out, looking up at this house, and I see this woman dressed in white. So she's like clothed in white. And she's walking back and forth from the front of the house to that Pluto archway thing. Just back and forth. Just walking back and forth like she's stuck. All right. So I just kind of took it like whatever, you know. I'm just a little kid. I see this woman out in front, you know, whatever. So a couple of years later, my mom picks me up and says, "I just got a call from like." Okay, I lived on that property with my parents, and their parents lived in the big house. We'd call it the big house. So my mom picked me up and said she got a call from her mother-in-law. Says she needs to come up to the house and get rid of this woman that's in the house with her staff at the front door, banging on the floor, just making all kinds of noise. So my mom has to go up there and has to get rid of her. So my mom carries me up there, and there's like this long hallway, and there's a woman like cloaked in blue. Your previous caller mentioned the blue people, right?
Yep.
And even Amanda talked about the blue, like the people you see with blue around them.
Mm-hmm.
So my mom walks in this hallway, and there's a woman standing in the front door with a staff, just beating the ground and just making all kinds of noise. And my mom screams at her and tells her to stop. You know, people are trying to sleep. You know, you need to quit this shit. And the woman just disappears, just gone.
Did
My
both
mom
of y'all
just
see it at the same time?
Was that?
Did both you and your mom see it at the same time?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm sitting there. She's holding me. I'm like 2 or 3, you know. She's holding me on her hip. And she yells at this woman who's up at the front door with a staff just banging the floor. And my mom screams at her, tells her to quit. And the woman, the blue-shaped woman disappears, just poof, gone. And my mom's like, all right, we'll see y'all later. So we go back to our place, and I'm just like, okay, well, okay. You know, I was young. I'm just like, yeah, this is normal.
Yeah, when you're a baby,
All right.
everything's normal, right? Because you don't know that's not normal
it's like,
yet.
It's like
Yeah.
normal, you know. Like, okay, I've seen this woman walking out in front of the house and is draped in white, and now there's a blue woman up in the front of the house screaming and yelling with her staff. All right, whatever. So my mom's obviously a witch. So fast forward to maybe I'm in 9th grade, okay? And by 9th grade, we moved back. We're living up in the big house now. My grandmother's a little bit older. My granddad has passed away. So we've kind of taken over the house. So I'm up in my room, and my room is next to where the front door is. Like, and outside of my window, above my window is the pinnacle, the Eastern Star, whatever, you know. And so in the middle of the night, I kind of wake up at, like, something wakes me up in the middle of the night. And I wake up, and there's this woman dressed in black. She has a black robe on, and she's looking down over my bed, just looking at me. And actually, what you said the other night, I think you and another caller talked about the woman that sits at the end of the bed looking at you. So I wake up in the middle of the night. There's this woman in a black robe. She has red eyes. And when I wake up, she takes off out of the room, just darts out of the room. And I try to kind of get up and, like, follow her, but she's just gone. I'm like, yeah,
You tried to
okay.
follow her? That's pretty brave of you.
Was that?
You tried to follow her?
Well, yeah, I tried to follow her because I know from what my mother has told me, there's the house houses three or four witches. So, you know, I've seen this white woman, I've seen this blue thing, and now I'm seeing this black woman. And it's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. You know, I know there's weird shit going on in the house. So I'm just kind of, yeah, whatever, okay. Go back to sleep. Okay, the weird part, really, of all this is, like, fast forward maybe 5 or 6 years ago, a good friend of mine who used to come over to the house, you know, it's a family member, like, and she's just a good friend of ours, like, and she was asking me, she's like, do you remember when we were young, we were standing up in a fireplace in that same room where I saw the black-robed lady? She's like, do you remember we were holding a book and we summoned this red thing out of the fireplace? And I've totally forgot about that memory until she mentioned it. I'm like, okay, well, yes, now I remember it. When we were really young, we stood in that same room up in that front room of the house. I don't know what we did. We did some kind of incarnation, and this this red witch came out of a fireplace and looked up at, it came to each of us. There was, like, me, my brother, this good friend of mine, and her sister, and a friend of mine. There were 5 of us in the room. This red witch-looking thing came out of the fireplace and came right into each of our faces. Like, it went 1, 2,
Wait a minute,
3, 4,
dude.
5.
Are you word salad? Are you word salad in the chat?
Yeah, that's me.
Oh, dude. So now that I have you here, go ahead and finish your story. But I'm going to ask you a question after this story. Go ahead.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. So we're in the same room, like, where I slept, you know, years later, but I totally put that out of my memory, totally blocked it out. And when my friend of mine, she mentioned it. And I'm like, oh crap! Yeah, I remember that happening, and it probably freaked me out where I blocked it out of my memory. So this red thing came out of the fireplace and went to each one of our faces and like freaked all of us out. And we all ran out of the room or like freaked out or something. So that was the fourth. So there's basically 4 witches living in this house. And the house still exists to this day. My dad lives there. My brother lives there. And I just kind of can't go in the house anymore. It's like,
Are you scared? So are you still scared of this kind of stuff?
No, I'm not scared. No,
it's
I have
okay
no
if you
fear.
are.
It's
Like,
just,
I get it. You know, man. So
it's just a different kind of feeling. Like there's something going on there. It's like, but like I said, our family got this property from natives, like Choctaw. I think it was Choctaw or some sort of Indian tribe. And I swear to God, like the house is built on a mound. On each side of the house is like a slope. So it's definitely a burial ground. Excuse me.
yeah,
And the house is pretty.
that's pretty typical too. So you might have a lot of people that are kind of stuck. You know, I mean, according to like astral travelers and stuff, that's what they say. That sometimes people get stuck. You know, and Voldoon says that too.
I found bones, and we have a basement. It's a full basement. So the house is over this weird, like, you can walk in and fix stuff. Like, there's two open fireplaces, one on each side. So we go down in the basement sometimes when I was younger, and I found kneecaps, some other kind of bones. So it's definitely a burial ground, no doubt. But it's the whole, like, the way they built it, like, it was a marker. Like I said, it was a Pluto arch out front. There's Knights Templar logos on it. I don't know. It's a spooky story.
Yeah, that is pretty freaky, man. So yeah, it's kind of crazy too that you have so many people remembering this stuff in your life too. Like, I can't say that I've had that much. I've seen a few apparitions, but nothing like that. But what I wanted to ask you was in the chat the last time I saw you talk about something called the Dream Police. You remember that?
Yeah.
Tell me a little bit about that.
Definitely.
What is that?
Okay. Well, Dream Police didn't really appear until I had a near-death. I'm sorry, not an NDE, but I've had one of those. But the first time I got out of body, so on the same property that I'm talking about, I was down in the other, like, there's a whole different building on the bottom side of the property. So it's got like a little apartment or a shop, like a wood shop. Mm-hmm. So I was staying in the apartment, and I was trying to get out of body. So I went to sleep. It was an afternoon, just taking a nap. I got out of my body, walked to the door, and like looked outside my door, and I looked over, and my son was with me, and I looked back at myself. I could see myself sleeping. I could see my son sleeping in the bed next to me. I was just like, this is kind of cool. So I looked outside the window. I was like, let me try to go outside. The door wouldn't work. I couldn't open my door. So I opened the blinds to look outside, and as soon as I looked outside, a SWAT team showed up.
What the hell?
Police. Yeah, like SWAT team showed up. I'm like, okay, I got to get back in my body. So I ran back over to my body, jumped back in my body, woke up.
Like a dream?
As soon as I woke up.
A dream SWAT team.
Yeah. So I jumped back in my body, woke up, went back to the door, opened the door. I was like, oh, okay, it works now. I'm awake. So open the door, go outside, look around. Nobody's there. I'm like, cool. So ever after then, I had like 3 or 4 different dreams where I'm in that same spot, and I get up, go outside. I actually got to the point where I could go outside. I mean, no, that's cool. So as soon as I go outside, I realize I'm sleeping, or I'm, I guess you would call it lucid. I realize I'm in my dream. Let's see what I can do. Cops show up. And
Bro,
as soon as the
did
cops
they have
show
guns?
up, I wake up.
Did they like roll out with shields and guns and stuff? Like,
Yeah. It's like they roll up with like a SWAT. Everybody's there, you know. They roll up in the machine like Grand Theft Auto. They roll up like, nope, you can't do that. I'm like, come on, man. But
you
like
don't
you
think
mentioned, like, you can't
you
get
don't
out
think
your
that was
neighborhood.
you doing that, like projecting that at all? Just
Yeah. I've heard you mention that this week. Yeah, probably. Yeah.
well, because you
Maybe.
called it dream police, which means have you talked to anybody else that's had the same thing happen? Now, if a bunch of people start reporting this, we got something here. You know what I mean? Like,
No, not really, but I feel like we can influence people. Like if you start telling people about this, it might start coming into your dreams. Like you can influence that stuff.
you guys let me know
Like,
if y'all
they'll
have
see
the
you
dream
doing
police
that.
show up.
Yeah.
I mean, what are they going to do
Yeah,
with
it's
guns?
like you
Like
can-
kill you? You know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, I don't think there's anything that says a death, but at the same time these dream police showed up, I was trying to do something in my dreams. Like I was trying to bring something back. Like trying to bring some kind of material back from my
Really?
dreams.
What do you mean?
Like go to sleep, get out of body. It's when I learned how to get out of body. I'm like, oh, okay, well, what can I do with this? So I just tried to bring something back, like something material. Like, so in one of my dreams, same spot, same apartment, same piece of property. I got up, figured out how to walk outside in my dreams. You mentioned it before, like you can't get out of your neighborhood, right? Like
Yeah,
you can
but what
eventually
I'm
go
talking
outside.
about is not a dream. Like you don't lose consciousness. You don't fall asleep. You don't even feel a difference.
Right.
But it doesn't mean that you're not like out of body. You could be in between. Who the hell knows, right? But you're sure that like you fell asleep first and then this happened.
Well, I use the Merkaba, so it's not like a sleep. It's more like a resonance type thing, you know.
Okay.
You know, I do the 17 breaths and all that stuff.
Okay.
So it's more like you're falling into something. It's like it's called sleep. We call it sleep, but it's something else. But what I wanted to do is basically bring something back and be like, look, this wasn't here when I went to sleep, but now it's here. So one incarnation in between the dream police, I was trying to get around them. So I laid down, got out of body, went outside the door. I'm like, okay, I found some steel, right? This is my dream, whatever you call it. So I brought it back to my bed. I saw myself sleeping, leaned it up against my bed, got back in my body, put my arm around the steel. I was like, all right, wake up, bring it back. But then as soon as I started waking up, I could feel the steel just float away. I'm like, shit. I got so close. It was just right in my arms, and I was going to bring it back, and it just faded away.
You know, it's funny that you say you talk about that because are you familiar with Terrence McKenna at all?
Oh, yeah.
So
I listened to all that stuff. Yeah.
So Terrence McKenna talked about when he, and I believe that whatever those dream elves things that he saw were trying to teach him something. Also, Madame Blavatsky talked about trying to, some people claim that she could actually bring things into the physical from the astral, but we don't have any proof of that. But Terrence McKenna, when he said he spoke to these elves, that they were trying to get him to focus and pay attention.
Yeah.
You know, and they're like, pay attention to what I'm doing, what we're doing. And they were making things with their feelings and their voices. And he said, all I could think about was if I could just bring one of these things back into the physical world, it would change everybody's minds about everything, you know?
Exactly. And what I figured out is I want to do a drum symbol. So a drum symbol is was it a synonym or it's a symbol.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it makes sound, but it's a symbol. So eventually, one of my dreams, I was in a gas station and I found the symbol. So I started moving it around. I'm like, I found it. So as soon as I picked up the symbol, the owner of the gas station was like, "What are you doing? No, you can't do that." And here come the dream police again.
the damn popo, they just keep showing up, man, and busting the party up, huh?
I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, dude.
The dream police. How many encounters with the dream police have you had?
At least 10. At least.
Yeah.
They always show up right when I'm close to doing it. I mean, they're right on time, and I'm got to the point where I'm looking for them. I don't know if that's part of it. Maybe. I don't know.
So the premise of this whole thing here is that word salad, Will, is trying to bring some stuff back into the physical world from the dream or astral world. That's still to be determined, right? No big deal. And every time that you do this, the dream police show up to stop you. SWAT style, with guns and stuff.
It's on time. Yeah. But recently, within the past year, I've moved locations. I don't know if that has anything to do with it. Probably. Like I said, my brother and my father still live on the property, but I just got freaked out with the place. My cat died, and I got an opportunity to come up here and remodel a different house, and I just left. So from leaving that property, I've noticed that there's been a change in the astral, like lucid type of stuff. I'm having to recalibrate. So I don't know.
Dude,
I don't know if they chased me out. Maybe. So.
There may be more to old word salad than what we know. Is this like your first time calling in?
Yeah.
Oh man,
I messaged you before. Yeah.
You got to call in more and talk to us about this stuff, dude. Because we got to find these dream police. Like, I got people in the chat saying they want to become the dream police. I want to see these dream police.
Well, maybe we can infiltrate the dream police.
I have a severe problem with authority, though. Like,
well,
I'm going to have to respect these dream police in order for me to do what they say. Because do they make you feel like that they're going to hurt you or anything, or like you're going to get punished?
Oh, no. No. It's more like a game over type of, like, you've reached a certain point.
Like a game over, like in Pac-Man or
out.
something? Game over.
Yeah, it's like a reset button. They figured out you got to a certain point. They're like, no, reset everything. I'm not scared of them. It's more of like I laugh. It's funny.
That's pretty
funny
cool.
To me. It's like a game of chess.
That's actually pretty cool, though, the more I think about it. Even if you're creating it, that's still pretty cool. Which I'm not saying you're creating it. Well, I know that, but I'm wondering if anybody else, please, even if you're a lurker, especially if you're a lurker, like if you've had the dream police show up in your dreams or in your out-of-body experiences, I would like to hear about it. I know Word Salad would like it too. We could I don't know, we could start kind of messing with these beings if they're real,
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, like infiltrate them kind of from the inside, or just more information,
That's so
Let them know
trippy,
we
dude.
know that they're out there. Yeah.
Why is it taking you so long to call in and tell me this stuff, man? The witch stories, the blue beings, the blue astral beings, things like that. I love it, bro.
I'm just nervous about the stuff I know, and falling into, like, not you particularly, like, but we're broadcasting, so
Yeah.
I know they're watching. Yeah.
Well, we're all cool, and I promise,
I understand that, but they're out there watching, obviously.
they. Who?
I'm just calculated, I gotta be certain about what certain ways I go about certain things.
Wait, hold on. They, who are watching?
With the watchers, the people that Enoch mentioned,
Yeah.
I believe we have overseers, you know. I don't think we're floating around in the galaxy trailing behind the sun that nobody's paying attention to. You know, I'm pretty sure people are watching us.
Right now?
Story Musgrave talked about it with Alex Jones. He talked about, look, as long as we have nuclear bombs, we're not going to be allowed to populate the fucking galaxy. You know? Sorry,
yeah. No, I
Sorry
think
about
you're
that.
right. I can hear your passion now.
But yeah, I mean.
So we're sitting in our room. You're sitting in your room.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in my room. We're broadcasting, and they're watching us.
Of course, we have overseers. Yeah.
Whatever.
I think a Star Wars, the Phantom Menace is a great metaphor for things. You know, there's a group of fish people and a group of land people, and there's a group overseeing them. You know,
The Phantom Menace. Listen, man. Here's the thing: if you get to the place where no matter, that's kind of where I'm at. You know, like once I started realizing, I don't know about the Watchers kind of thing, but as far as like the astral beings always being around and seeing you, it kind of freaks you out at first, but then you get to the point where you're like, well, they've already pretty much seen everything, so whatever, you know. Jay says I'm watching.
It's a chess game. Yeah. It's to me, it's a chess game. It's like, what's your move determines their move, and their move determines your move. As long as you stay on top of it, you know.
Yeah.
You're good to go. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I can't imagine even being like, I guess do you mean to be honest with you about this whole watching thing, whether it's metaphysical entities or government or whatever. I think the thing is I'm just too lazy to try to play a game with them. I'd rather just, it's a laziness, I think.
I've been there.
You know,
Yeah.
it's like whatever, you see it, I don't care. I got nothing to hide.
Yeah.
Not really.
Right.
You know, but no, interesting. Blue astral beings. That was probably one of the most interesting things I heard about all that. Other than the fact that your mother was telling the beings to stop. Do you remember that, or did she tell you the story? But do you actually remember that as a child?
Yeah, I have memories of it. Yes. Yeah.
So
I have memories of walking, like her holding me, walking through the hallway. It's like an open hallway, front to back. Yeah.
It wasn't traumatizing though, right?
Nah, not really.
Yeah, because you were with your mother. Mommy's got you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's just whatever. But, and
anything else? Word salad? Because I think you're high. I think you got something up your sleeve. You're still nervous to talk to me about.
Oh, there's lots I want to talk about. I could go for 6 hours, but I don't want, take up too much of your time. I know it's getting close to 10 or 11. So.
Yeah, I'll have to do the top of the hour thing. But listen, man, I'm really glad you called in. I hope you call in more, honestly. But listen.
Yeah, thank you.
Tell me the one thing that freaks you out the most out of all the stuff that you've experienced or know about.
What freaks me out the most? That it's all going to start over, that we're all going to lose this, like technology or, everything we have right now, in the now. What freaks me out is we're going to lose it all.
What do you mean?
Or communication. Like I can call you on this phone right now. What freaks me out is we're going to go back to,
the Dark Ages.
1965 or, early 1900s. Going back to like sending out papers on the corner. Because right now we're at a point where we can do a lot of stuff, but we're kind of wasting it, I mean.
So not death, not ghosts, None of that stuff freaks you out. What freaks you out is going back to the dark ages.
Well, losing a potentiality, you know, like we have something right here we can do something with. Like there's something bigger than us. There's something bigger than this whole planet. There's something out there way bigger than us, and we're throwing bombs at each other. I'm a big Bill Hicks fan, you know. It's like, come on, are we really trying to kill each other? Like,
yeah,
there's something way bigger than this, you know. Like,
it would be a travesty, though. Like, especially with all of us, because we're all connected, you know. Like all of us void walkers, and then all of a sudden we go dark. Well, we didn't all exchange phone numbers. What if we don't even have a phone? Now how do we find each other? Now what? Now we'd be forced to find each other in the astral. You know?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, that could be part of it. Yeah.
Ham radio. You think like me in that sense. I've been thinking about getting my license just in case stuff goes dark, you know?
Yeah.
Just in case.
Oh, yeah. Radio is a good backup. But I don't want to see it to come to that. I'd rather see us like take what we have now and just keep going. You know, there's so much more that they don't. These phones and these computers are just throwaways to them. You know, there's something there's something bigger than like what you mentioned, the astral. There's something bigger than what we see.
Oh, for sure.
It's
you know, like that's what I was saying earlier. You can take the smartest person on the earth, a person that makes everything make sense all of a sudden, the most intelligent person. But if you get down to the nitty gritty and you start asking them questions about the mystery of things and what's outside that mystery and what's outside that mystery, they don't know.
Yeah.
They don't.
Yeah.
So the brain's only going to help us so much. Just like this technology is only going to help us so much. It's almost like we're in this crucible where we're being forced to grow consciously, or we're never going to know. Does that make sense?
Exactly. Oh, exactly.
You know?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like you guys are going to stay in this mystery cycle, and you can take all the nootropics you want to get as smart as you want to get and have all the formulas figured out in your head. And you could be 10 years ahead in mathematics, psychology, and everything, whatever, history, whatever. But you're not going anywhere until you grow consciously. You're stuck.
Well, you mentioned math. You mentioned math, dude. There's unsolved math problems still. I think 6 of them.
Yeah. Well, there's more than 6. Yeah.
Who writes the equations and who says if that's correct or not?
That's a good point.
Who do you go to and say, is this correct or is this not correct?
Well,
who wrote that equation?
You're getting into chaos math now. I love math. I was a few years ahead in math, but I still don't care about it as much as I do the mysteries for some reason. You know.
Well, I'm an engineer. My last math class was differential equations, and the professor came out the first day and said, "Look, there's some equations you're going to come across that are either one, the answer is 1 or 0 or it's unsolvable."
Mm-hmm.
So you get down to math where it's just 1 or 0 or we don't fucking know. I'm sorry.
No, it's cool. You can say it. It's Halloween night. You can slip a fuck out there if you want to, you know.
But yes, math is like, so there's 6 unsolved equations supposedly. Who answers that? Who says that's correct? Who says it is incorrect? Who do you go to, and who wrote that?
Yeah, you kind of think like I do on that level. It's even like the mad scientist. People are afraid of politicians. They're afraid of bankers and military. What you should be afraid of are the rich, mad scientists, the smart, rich people that have nobody that can put them in check. Nobody. Like, there's nobody with a pad and a pen that's going to show up and go, "Are you doing this right?" Like, you know what I mean?
Is that the dream police? Is that
Could
the
be
dream
the dream
police?
police.
I don't know.
Yeah. Something to think about.
I don't know.
Definitely something to think about. Thanks for your call, brother. Call back in if something rings, rings your mind or whatever tonight, because we're going overtime for Halloween. We got to,
Yeah. Thank you for the conversation.
Yeah, brother. Call back anytime.
Right. Talk to you later.
Later, bro. All right, so we got to do the top of the hour thing for the 3-4 minute thing. I'm actually kind of behind on that, so I hope I don't get penalized. Everything we do on the internet is still kind of free, but it's starting to get weird. I mean, I don't want to get into that conversation, but it is. It's starting to get weird. I've got clips missing. I've got little flags going up saying, make sure you play your break so you can play that music that you want. Anyways, don't forget tomorrow night is Cosmic Conditions with Mary Ducina. That broadcast, you want to make it out for her because she's going to do free readings. We might do something like that here in a minute, but I will tell a few scary stories and a nice Halloween word from our sponsors, I guess. Stay with us.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Inside my head there's a little place left for you. What do you know? What do you know? And all I want is to find out what you're going through. What do I know? Maybe the silence is dangerous.
So we have to take care of just a little quick business. We want to welcome our new sponsor, Larry Paul Welsh. He is the owner of the Landmark Country Club, and we're proud to have him as the sponsor. Thank you so much for coming on the show. I really appreciate it, Larry. We really needed some new sponsorship. I mean, you have no idea. I appreciate it. It means a lot.
Well, I appreciate you having me on the program. Yeah, this is Larry Paul Welsh, and we represent the Landmark Country Club, and we're up here playing night golf.
You're playing night golf. That's cool. That's something different.
Yeah, well, I come up here, Joe, to play night golf because it's just no one's around. I like to have the golf course to myself. The bartender's there, Leo, but other than that, everything's good.
Oh, cool. All right.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Okay. Did you just hit it? Did you just hit your ball?
Shit.
Hey, can you talk to me while we're on the air?
Yeah, I hooked that one.
Larry.
No, I hooked it. Okay.
Larry.
I thought it was hook or slice. Oh,
Jesus.
Sorry, Joe.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to, I heard from Randy that you needed sponsorship.
Right.
And I figured, what the hell, we'll try it a month and see what's going on. I pay you $50, you scratch my back, I scratch yours, right?
Hey, that's private.
I think anybody really cared about putting business on the air.
Well, I care, so if you don't mind talking about it. So what's up with the Landmark Club?
Well, they're having a Halloween party here, but everybody's about to leave, and then I'm going to have 18 holes all to myself. 18 beautiful holes. It is a bit windy, though.
Yeah, but I mean, that's cool that you're playing golf and all, but when you announce that how much you paid me on the air, it's kind of like, it's bad, So what's going on up there?
Yes, sir. We have a country club here in Landmark, which is just north of you.
Right.
Right on the other side of Grant County. And, our membership prices is pretty low. It's only $100 a month. And you can come to the bar, hang out, play dominoes, poker, all that good stuff, But the golf course, the golf course is the real butter here.
Yeah, but you're out playing at night on Halloween. You're all, alone, but there's a bartender there and you and your caddy?
Yes, sir. Well, we did have... That's my ball right there. Yeah, you see it? Go get it and kick it back out on the fairway, will you?
Larry.
I don't think nobody's watching, so...
Will you talk to me, please?
I don't care. Put the ball in the fairway.
Jesus Christ.
So, so I come out here anyways to play a little night golf. But it's my course. I pay the bartender a little extra money, and he can stick around afterwards.
Oh, that sounds cool.
He doesn't mind.
Yeah, I bet. Well, listen, you need to be careful because there's something going on tonight. I don't know. There's rumors of a virus or something. And I've already had a friend that gotten himself into a pickle, and he's not picking up the phone. So what are you offering? What's the special?
Yes, sir. But what we're offering is a special Halloween special, and you can join for $50 and get 3 months free up here at the Landmark Golf Country Club Golf at the Country Club, and it's strictly for men. I mean, you can't bring your wives. Now, if you've got
can't bring
something
your
on the
wife.
side or whatever, you can bring that up here if you want. But yeah,
something on the side.
Well, look, I don't need you judging me.
That's pretty.
And so my wife, she's out taking the kids trick or treating right now. And it's pretty dark out here, actually. I don't, not that I'm afraid of the dark or anything, but if it wasn't for Frank...
Well, if I was out there playing golf, but wait, by myself, Frank's your caddy, right?
Frank, that's his name.
Frank?
Your name's Frank, right? Is that it? Okay.
Hey.
Yeah, Frank's his name. And so, hold on, Joe.
Will you talk to me, please?
My shot.
My God, man, come on.
Take that 3 wood and...
and will you talk to me?
You know what? Give me that 5 wood. All right, here we go.
This is crazy, man. This guy's name. I guess we could.
Sir, you're lined up wrong.
I guess we gotta wait for him to take a shot. I don't know.
You talk while I'm in my backswing again. You see that hole over there? I'm gonna shove your head so far down that hole that you understand what I'm saying?
What the ass?
Shit.
Hey, watch your language. Hey, Larry.
Actually, you sliced it.
Larry.
Sliced it. Okay. All right.
So you got no golf carts?
Anyway, sorry about that, Joe. Yeah, so we don't, I'm already out of breath, Jesus. So we're just walking the course here. We don't have golf carts or anything like that.
No golf carts? Oh, well, that's...
We believe in the old traditional golf where you can actually walk the course.
Well, that's kind of odd for a country club. Maybe.
Well, I know it's not the traditional thing to do on Halloween, but...
Well, listen, maybe you should call back in when you're not distracted. So, I mean, when you're not doing something, be more appropriate. We could talk about your specials. And
beers, would you?
See, you're not even listening to me. Let's just do this another time. I mean, tonight's...
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, I wanted to call about here. I mean, I'm paying for this time, Joe.
I know.
You need to do me a favor and just shut your mouth and let me talk.
Oh, okay.
So I wanted to call about this. I've got a real issue with Halloween. You know, when I was a kid, you could go out and you could... what was that? Did you hear that, Frank?
There's something in the woods out there? I told you, man. You better... There's something going on.
Well, when I was a kid, you could trick or treat, and there were kids everywhere. And we were all dressed up like whatever we wanted to. Wasn't nobody worried about blackface or Black Panther or whatever, dressing up like a criminal. And it's all of this crap nowadays is just too politically correct. It's just a bunch of bullshit, you know. Sorry, Joe.
Yeah, thanks. Watch your language, please.
And so... last night we took the kids, because we go to different neighborhoods. Everybody's celebrating Halloween on different nights. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
But we took the kids to to Brownwood, which is the rich neighborhood here in Grant County.
Oh,
and
yeah.
The thing about it is it really chaps my ass, is when I took the kids there, I was hoping they would come back with a bag full of candy so I could just chomp on it all night. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, man, I do, because I remember when Corbin used to go trick-or-treating, I would just eat everything. He got mad at me one time. I think I ate all this candy, and it's...
Well, anyways, the candy
he's not even listening to me.
No longer valid.
What do you mean candy is no longer valid? What the hell does that mean?
In other words, if they came back home, and get this, Joe, they came back home with Raisinets, dried bananas, dried fruit, peanuts, cashews, and those godforsaken...
And that's healthy stuff, though, right? That's good for you.
With over a century of experience, Haverty's knows the best sofa is one that fits your style, your space, and your budget. Experience Haverty's regret-free guarantee and get $100 off every $1,000. Start browsing at Havertys.com or in Little Rock at Shackelford Crossings behind JCPenney's.
Moments like seeing my son's team cheer him on mean a lot to me. But after being diagnosed with metastatic breast cancer, or MBC, which is breast cancer that has spread to other parts of the body, they mean even more. I take Ibrance, palbociclib.
Ibrance 125 milligram tablets with an aromatase inhibitor is for adults with HR-positive, HER2-negative MBC as the first hormonal-based therapy. Ask your doctor about Ibrance and visit Ibrance.com. Ibrance may cause low white blood cell counts that may lead to serious infections. Ibrance may cause severe inflammation of the lungs. Both of these can lead to death. Tell your doctor right away if you have new or worsening symptoms, including trouble breathing, shortness of breath, cough, or chest pain. Before taking Ibrance, tell your doctor if you have fever, chills, or other signs of infection, liver or kidney problems, are or plan to become pregnant, or are breastfeeding. Common side effects include low red blood cell and low platelet counts, infections, tiredness, nausea, sore mouth, abnormalities in liver blood tests, diarrhea, hair thinning or loss, vomiting, rash, and loss of appetite.
Well, I was looking forward to some candy, Kit Kats, Butterfingers, Chico Sticks.
Oh, yeah.
The good stuff, Jolly Ranchers, tons of chocolate.
Yeah?
It just really chaps my ass.
Come on, man, with the language.
So tonight, my daughter, which is older, she doesn't trick-or-treat, we've got a bag full of candy down here in Brownwood. So if you come down to Brownwood, you see my house, the red brick house with the Hummer outside, you'll see that I've got a bowl full of candy. You can just come up and take it. That's all the good stuff.
Yeah. Well, good for you, buddy.
None of those oranges, fruit, apples, Chicos. None of those granola bars, apples, bananas, dried peanuts. dried bananas, dried fruit, none of that garbage.
Yeah, it takes away from the fun, right? The health food at trick-or-treat time.
Will you get my ball, please? It's over there.
Come on, Larry. Will you talk to me, please? Please.
Get the ball. It's over there.
Oh, my God. What is it with this guy?
All right, so what I want to say is not only are we doing a special at the Landmark Country Club, $50, you can come up and play golf. Now, you can't play night golf like I'm doing, but it's $50, 3 months. Hold on, I got to take this shot here.
Oh, my God. For real?
What was that? Frank,
will you talk to me?
Get my ball. I'm not going in there. Go in there and get my ball.
Larry.
You don't get my ball, Frank. You see that golf cart over there?
I don't think this is worth the money. He's not even listening to me. You guys believe this?
All right, I'll go get it. Yeah, kick it out in the fairway, will you?
No, he's cheating. Larry, are you cheating?
Something out here. What do you mean there's something out here?
Something sounds like something's in the... Hey, Larry.
My shot.
Talk to me.
Give me just a second. Let me take the shot.
Come on, man. Will you talk to me, please? Just hang up the phone, or don't talk to me.
Hold on, Joe.
Come on, man.
My shot.
All right, your shot. Okay. The hell is that?
All right. I really think there's something in the woods back there.
Well, whatever. Just take your shot.
You hear that? Something back there.
I'm hanging up.
Just hit this ball real quick. Hold on, Joe.
I wish you would hurry up. Man, I'm about to hang up on you, and you can just forget the sponsorship.
Give me that glow-in-the-dark ball, will you? Yeah. All right.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
Pitching wedge. You can barely see the flag. It's so dark out here.
I planned on a nice Halloween special, and I got to deal with this guy just because...
What's the matter with you? You going to the Halloween party or something? Get out of here. You ain't got no life. Stand right there. Shut up.
Larry.
You know, I keep hearing stuff in these woods, Joe. I think I may have to hang up this call.
Yeah, I wish you would.
Well, I know I paid for the time and everything. Look, just come out to the country club and we'll hook you up. Just say the Fringe FM or what's your show, Riding the Void or whatever. Just say that, and we'll give you the discount.
It's lighting the void, Larry. Lighting the void, or just say the Fringe FM. And where's Frank? Where's your ball?
Hey, you ain't got none of those Chico sticks. You ain't got none of those dried bananas or caramel apples or anything at your house, do you? Because I don't want my kids showing up to your house and you're not having any damn candy.
No.
All right.
What the hell?
Here we go.
Will you talk to me, please? For the love of God, talk to me.
Hold on, Joe.
Please.
Hold on.
Oh, take your shot. Thank God.
Where did it go? Frank, where'd the ball go? I think it's behind you. Yeah.
The ball went behind you? How does that work? How did that happen?
Well, yeah, that's the thing about night golf. You know, it's all for fun. I mean, nobody really plays for keeps up here. I mean, when I play real golf, believe me, I get serious and, nobody can win.
Sure. So where's your ball? What's your score?
Well, the thing is I hit the ball, and I usually, and when I play at night, it goes down the fairway, give or take a huge slicer.
Where's your ball, man?
I tell you, whatever's in the woods is getting awful close.
How did the ball go behind you? Look,
I was on a par 4. I hit 2 balls, and then now I'm 5.
Yeah, you live 5? I'm not laughing.
Are you laughing at me? I paid you good money.
I'm not really laughing. Are you talking to me or Frank?
You see that flag over there?
Oh, he's talking to Frank.
You see that flag over there? If you don't shut your mouth, I'm going to take that flag and I'm going to stick it up where the sun don't shine. You understand me?
What an ass.
Go find my ball. Sir, it went behind you. It's in the woods back here. I mean, you know what? Let's just go to another hole. What did I just say? Go find my ball.
Larry, let's just do this some other time.
He's going to find the ball.
Yeah, well, that's great.
Kidder.
Can we do this some other time?
That's right. You can come on down to the Landmark Country Club. We got rid of all the gravel out of the fairways. We got rid of all the broken golf heads.
Gravel?
We've laid new sod. It hasn't really grown yet. But when you come out here, you're going to see it's beautiful. Lots of fallen leaves, nice gravel in the fairway.
You got gravel and golf heads in the fairway?
It's a work in progress. You understand?
Sure.
And the whole course, this is the beautiful thing. You ready for this, Joe? The whole course surrounded by the bar. And
It's surrounded by a bar, I bet, yeah.
Something's wrong.
What's up?
There's no one at the bar. Where's Leo? Hello?
See,
Like,
that
this
stuff
weird.
is happening
There's
over
40
there.
people up here, and I know no one's here. Frank, did you get my ball?
You still hadn't found your ball? Listen, man, maybe let's just do this some other time. I think you need to get out of there, because there's something weird. Larry?
Joe, something's behind me here.
Listen, just get out of there.
I'm scared. I don't know what it is.
All right, buddy. Calm down. You need to...
It's got big, red, glowing eyes.
What? Just slowly...
Just looking at me.
Just, look, breathe and slowly
I don't know where he is. Frank!
Calm down, Larry.
Back up real slow here.
Yeah, there
Please
you
don't
go.
hang up on me, Joe. There's nobody out here.
I'm not.
I don't know. Don't call the cops. I don't need my wife coming to the jail again. Hold on.
Well, I'm not going to call the cops. I don't know why you brought that
Real
up.
slow. Let me turn on the radio here, see what's going on.
Yeah, you need to,
Weird's
because there's some
going on.
weird stuff
Choppers in the
happening.
air. Now it's standing over there. This one's got orange eyes.
Orange? Come on, man.
It's got to be at least 6 foot tall.
This is a spoof, right?
Frank?
What happened to Frank?
There it is. Oh, God. I think it's moving towards me. You know, this is a time I really wish I had invested in those golf carts, you know what I mean?
Hang up the phone and get out of there, Larry.
So I do not hang up.
I'm not. Okay, I'm going to stay right here. But you're going to be all right. Just calm down. Walk towards the clubhouse and pick up the phone and call the police. That's all you got to do.
Oh, no.
Now what? What the hell? Larry.
Oh, God. Well, we got to go, Joe. It's after me. Oh, goddamn. Oh, God. Come to the Landmark Country Club.
Wait a minute. Where's Frank?
$50 for 3 months, and it's all yours.
Call the
I'll send the
cops.
check in the mail, Joe. Don't worry.
Well, that was Larry Paul Welsh at the Landmark Country Club, our new sponsor, and he was out there playing night golf with Frank. You can go check out their special. I think he said it was $50 for something, and well, we'll be right back after these messages.
Broadcasting from Forest Tower Studios, all the way from the Deep South. Now, here is your host, Joe Root.
Oh, man, the things that we have to do to just try to get $1 around here, you know? Happy Halloween 2024. And all you people on the radio, too. I keep forgetting to hit the radio button, you know? So, we'll get into some scary stories, I guess. I got some scary music, but I think it's got stuff over it, too. Like I told you, I was pretty ill prepared for this whole Halloween thing. But I love Halloween. It's a good time. It's fun. I hope everybody is having fun still. It's still 11:30 here. I know on the East Coast it's technically not Halloween anymore, but, you know, isn't Halloween supposed to go till like 3 o'clock in the morning or something? Cosmic Samurai says, I want to punch my face. Why do you want to punch your face, man? What's going on? We have a caller. Let's pick up this phone and see who it is. 847 area code. You're on the air. Who are you speaking with?
Joe, it's your boy, the plumber from Elgin, Illinois. Your brother.
Haven't heard from you in a long time, man. How you been?
I know. Well, I got a new girl, and still wild as fuck. Her name's Amanda. Amanda, say hello.
What is it?
I want him out of my house.
And we're just chilling, kicking.
Uh-huh.
And
what is it with the Amandas?
He's a broke-ass motherfucker, and I want him out of my house.
Oh, man. Now we're getting into the late night, you know.
Oh, my goodness. No.
I think, hey, you better tell her, you tell her to watch her language. We're on radio.
Oh, hey, Princess, when you're on the radio, you cannot swear.
I didn't want to be on the radio.
But babe,
the truth. You have to get out.
Okie dokie.
I think she's saying you're a scrub, man.
Hey.
He's a scrub. I pay the bill.
Princess. Hey, I had a job.
And he's gay.
And she won't let me go to any job because she says every boss is trying to do the hoo-ha.
Mm-hmm. This is why.
So
this is why our subscriber rate fluctuates, by the way. You work 1 day a week? I thought you were plumbing.
For $100 1 day.
No,
$100 on Wednesday. 1 day.
Oh, this past. So there's this guy wanted to hire for.
No.
Yep.
1 day. On a Wednesday. He wants to work.
On a Wednesday.
For $100.
Well, you should praise him.
Does that not sound like a porn or something?
Holy shoot.
You should praise him for going to work. On Halloween, too. That's a holiday.
No. Today is Thursday. We're talking about a Wednesday, sir.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
This is Mr. Joe Roop.
Today is Thursday.
This is going to be my wife. Her name is Amanda. Amanda Reyes.
Mm-hmm.
I will never marry him. I tell you that right now. Tell you that right now. I would never marry him.
Where you been, man?
I need a prenup.
You usually call in and like crash my show once every 6 months at least. You've been gone for a long time.
He does?
Yeah.
Brother, I used to listen to the Fringe FM.
Wait, what's your name? David Reynolds?
Hey, man.
Reynolds?
Y'all gonna have to watch
it. David. Your name is David?
My name?
Yeah.
My name's not David.
Mr. Joe Roop, brother. The boss. All right, so when I heard him.
Oh my God, I apologize for you having to deal with him. I am so sorry.
Faithful fan.
No, I can't get rid of him. I am sorry that you can't either.
What do you mean? What's going on?
You can't get rid of him either, can I?
Hey, listen. Hey, step away from the love of your life for a minute and talk to me man to man. Tell me what's going on.
No. Yeah, I'm just excited to hear you doing a live stream on YouTube. Mm. So I'm like, holy shit. So I just wanted to really just say hello.
I've been here.
We got
on
the
YouTube.
freak show going on in full effect.
Yeah. I've been here for a while. You're calling in with your. I think you guys have been partying a little. It sounds like you've been partying. Are you back to your old ways again?
Goodness.
Are you back?
No. There's no mountain. It's mostly just that freaking dehydrated fluid. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Peppermint. 99 peppermint or alcohol that's peppermint. Menthol.
So you put down the cocaine.
I don't want to advertise nothing.
No more cocaine?
No more cocaine.
Nobody does cocaine.
Good.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my goodness. Actually,
don't disrespect me like that. I don't do cocaine.
She is the cocaine. All right, I thought I was the cocaine cowboy.
You might want to invest in a tranquilizer, maybe, brother.
Excuse you, sir.
Hey, Joe. This is Amanda.
Hi, Amanda.
Hey, Amanda. Say hello to Joe.
Hi, Joe.
Hi, Amanda.
He's the owner of the Fringe FM. The Fringe FM. He's out in the shack in Arkansas.
That's right.
You're in Arkansas?
That's right.
Well, he's actually been a
Wait. Hold on. Let's make this interesting. Are you a Trump fan?
Oh, it's already gotten interesting. Am I a what?
Are you a Trump fan?
I don't talk politics here on the show.
No, I talk politics. I'm Trump 2024.
I know.
Ask her if she has any.
Can you tell I'm a Trump fan?
Anything, because this is a person who watches
Trump.
TV.
I love Trump.
Why? Why do you love Trump?
Because he's not a scrub. Like, he
America
works.
Great again.
He works. You know, she about 10 minutes ago, she tried to kick you out of her house. Like, she was like, get out. That's a bad. Am I wrong here, or is this not? Is that?
Fucking bill here.
No.
I know I'm right about that. That's a red flag. If she's throwing you out of the house, total red flag. There's no future in this.
He has hotel jobs.
She thinks
hotel jobs is not a real job, bro. If you're getting paid $100 to get fucked in the ass, I don't think that's a job.
Whoa.
Value is value.
Actually, I think ass is not a bad word. But
You
anyway.
can say ass. It's okay.
Is that a bad word, booty?
He's on the radio.
Oh, okay. So if you get bleep to get screwed in the booty, I don't think that's a real job.
All right, listen. Don't make me hang up on you, bro. You know I love you. But if you don't calm that thing down, I'm going to have to hang up on you. I'm about to unmute you. And if there's a whole lot of screaming and annoying stuff going on, I'm going to hang up the phone and miss you from a long ways off. You ready? Here it comes.
How's Alaska?
That's
Arkansas.
Arkansas.
Yeah, not Alaska.
This is my first host.
Joe's going to hang up on me.
Sir Wolf says, I want visuals.
Okay, she's laying down.
You want visuals? My nipples are out.
Oh,
and
Jesus
there's
Christ.
blood on the bed because she had the period.
Call back when you're by yourself, brother. And then tell me your story. Call back when you're by yourself and tell me what's been going on with you, because I miss you.
All right, thank you, Joe.
You
Yeah.
know him?
Yeah.
Jesus. There's no future in that relationship. Hate to tell you, man. She's throwing you out of the house on Halloween. Y'all should be kicking it, hanging out, having fun. It's Halloween. And she's like, get out of my house. You know? I can't do it. All right. Where's my scary music? Where's my scary music? Edgar Allan Poe time. This is for you, Jane. You ready? I'm not sure I can do this with a straight face, though. I'm gonna have to slide this out because this is not gonna have the same effect. Hold on. Where's it at? This is for Jane. Which one is this? This one is called For Annie by Edgar Allan Poe. Thank heaven, the crisis. The danger is past and the lingering illness is over at last. And the fever called living is conquered at last. Sadly, I know I am shorn of my strength and no muscle I move as I lie at full length. But no matter, I feel I am better at length. And I rest so composedly now in my bed that any beholder might fancy me dead, might start at beholding me, thinking me dead. The moaning and the groaning, the sighing and sobbing are quieted now, with that horrible throbbing at heart. Ah, that horrible, horrible throbbing. The sickness, the nausea, the pitiless pain have ceased with fever that maddened my brain. With the fever called living that burned in my brain. And oh, of all tortures, that torture the worst has abated, the terrible torture of thirst. For that naphthaline river of passion accurst. I have drank of a water that quenches all thirst, of a water that flows with a lullaby sound from a spring but a very few feet underground, from a cavern not very far down underground. This is kind of morbid. And let it never be foolishly said that in my room it is gloomy and narrow my bed. For man never slept in a different bed, and to sleep you must slumber in such a bed. My tantalized spirit here blandly reposes, forgetting or never regretting its roses, its old agitations of myrtles and roses. For now, while so quietly lying, it fancies a holier odor about it of pansies, a rosemary odor, commingled with pansies, with rue and the beautiful Puritan pansies. And so it lies happily, bathing in many, a dream of the truth and the beauty of Annie, drowned in a bath of the tresses of Annie. She tenderly kissed me, she fondly caressed, and then I fell gently to sleep on her breast, deeply to sleep from the heaven of her breast. When the light was extinguished, she covered me warm, and she prayed to the angels to keep me from harm, to the queen of the angels, to shield me from harm. And I lie so composedly now in my bed, knowing her love, that you fancy me dead. And I rest so contentedly now in my bed, with her love at my breast, that you fancy me dead, that you shudder to look at me, thinking me dead. But my heart is brighter than all of the many stars in the sky, for it sparkles with Annie, and it glows with the light of the love of my Annie, with the thought of the light of the eyes of my Annie. Who is this Annie chick anyways? You know, I got to be honest with you, Jane. I don't even know if you're awake listening to this, but Edgar Allan Poe always kind of gave me the creeps. I always thought he was kind of weird. Hey, man, do the dream police communicate or try and arrest you? Yeah, that's what we want to know, word salad. Edgar Allan Poe and you share a birthday, really? I don't know. I tried to watch that movie, Poe, and it was like, it's pretty weird. I think the guy's weird. It doesn't, like, not to say in a bad way, but more like, if you read Crowley's poetry, you know just how demented he is. But if you read Edgar Allan Poe's poetry, it's almost like he's trying to jump from like demented to normal, back to demented to normal. And people find beauty in it, but I just find it weird. So here's the question for all of you guys. Do we keep, it's almost midnight, do we keep going or do we shut it down? I think I'd like to keep going, but it's going to get, like, the later the night gets, I might actually tell a story that might freak people out, you know. Could be a thing, because some of these stories are true. And if you're not ready to hear that, you need to let me know, because this is a community thing. It's not just me doing whatever the hell I want. What do you guys think? Let me know. I'll tell this first one. How about that? And then you guys could tell me what you think after this. Let me get this going again. Scary background music. Fast forward. Okay. So this one's called Pig Mask. Our old house was on a corner, and in lieu of a backyard had a side yard with a small deck that wrapped around the back. The dining room had patio doors that led out to the back, and we would have barbecues and such back there. When I was about 14, we only had one desktop computer and one laptop for the family. So my brother and I would fight over the desktop. That's where Diablo 2 was installed, so I would use the laptop to write music. On one particular night, my brother had a friend over, and they were downstairs doing whatever, and I was at the dining room table on the laptop. It's too loud. As I was wrapped up in my writing, I didn't pay much attention to my surroundings, and I heard a knock on the patio door, which startled me. I looked up expecting my brother or his friend, but the basement had a door that led to the back deck as well. So standing at the door and waving was a person. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, what age, whatever, but they were wearing a Halloween pig mask. So thinking it was my brother or his friend, I mouthed, "Good one, buddy." Ooh. The gin messing with the show. I mouthed, "Good one, buddy," and gave the person the finger and then walked away. So as soon as they left, I went downstairs to give them shit, and to my surprise and dismay, they were both sitting on the couch playing PlayStation. They swore up and down it wasn't either of them, and there was no way one of them would have time to get downstairs and unmask before getting on the couch. And to this day, I have no idea who it was that knocked and waved. I'm going to go with Occam's razor on this one and say they pranked you. What do you guys think? Oh, you tried to make a call and you couldn't? Happy Halloween, Barb. Happy Halloween. Shit, I'm missing people. I'm sorry. Happy Halloween. What the hell? That was weird. Who did I miss? I missed somebody back there, and I meant to say hi, and I feel bad about it. Maybe I'll come back to you. 501-777-5631. If you're dialing the United States, you probably got to do the +1 thing, man. +1. Yeah. I want to hear from you, too, so call in. I wish them the best, Sudi said. Hey, Cosmic, why do you want to punch yourself in the face? It's Halloween, man. What's going on? Why is shit getting weird? All right, next story. You guys ain't stopping me. I'm going to keep going. This one's called, these are supposedly true stories, by the way, but I think that guy just got punked, right? Like, no one's going to walk over to your house at 3 a.m, put on a pig mask and wave at you. It wasn't even Halloween. Why would they do that? Yeah, if you call from another country, you got to use the stupid country code thing. So this one's called I'm Still Here. I came home pretty late one night. My roommate's bedroom was shut, and I assumed she was sleeping already, but I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the kitchen. I said her name, but she didn't answer. I didn't think of anything of it, so I walked into my room, and before I turned the light on, something whispered, "I'm still here." I've actually had that happen except for the whisper. All right, we're going to interrupt this story with a phone call from, I think this is Spitz. Is this Spitz? Yo, can you hear me? Hello. Where did he go? Call back, man. I had you. You were in like Flynn, dude. You were in. I picked up the phone and I heard nothing. So that worked. All right. You don't have to worry about hanging up or sounding weird or anything. We all love you. This is Spitz, right? Because it's a different country code.
Hello? Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's happening?
Hey, man. Yeah, I was just thinking I'll give you a call because I got a small story about a real thing that happened. Not like a ghost thing, but like just some scary stuff, man.
Let's have it. Let's hear it.
So I was like 2 years ago, I was going down to a festival in my car, and I was planning on sleeping in my car on the way down there because it was kind of far away, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I went off on a road, like a gravel road. Went for like a few kilometers right into the forest, and it was pretty fucking dark. Oh, sorry about the language, but
that's all right.
I just like went in the forest looking for a spot to like park my car and sleep. You know, it was dark, so it was hard to see. So accidentally, I like came to a road that had like one-way street, and there was a house at the end of the road. So I had to like drive partly onto his driveway and turn my car around to even turn my car around. So when I did that, this guy came out of the house, stopped my car, and he looked kind of sketchy. He looked angry. So I like slowed my car down, rolled my window down. He looked at me real intense, like, what the fuck are you doing here?
Yeah.
And he leaned into my car with his head like a few centimeters from my face. And he like,
what the hell?
Tell me, what are you doing here at this time? And I was like, oh, I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to like drive onto your place. I'm just looking for a spot to sleep.
Right.
And he's like, are you sure about that? And I'm like, what do you mean? I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to intrude. And he was like, I can see in his eyes, he was pissed, man. And he like asked me a few questions, like he didn't believe me at all. I was just gonna like find a place to sleep, and that was like, no, he didn't buy it. He like started talking about people being on his yard before, and he has been shooting at them and stuff.
Holy shit, bro.
And after a few seconds, I realized this guy has a gun in his belt, tucked in his belt on his backside. And this is in Sweden. Guns are very illegal to carry around.
Yeah. Dude.
Yeah, so he like.
That sounds free. How long ago was this?
Like, I think it's like 2-3 years ago.
Bro, that guy was ready to shoot somebody, man. Sounds like to me.
Yeah, man. That was the energy I felt from him. Like, his eyes were focused on me. Like, he didn't blink. He was mad. And I could see his girl watching us from the window. And he had like a big dog behind him. So I was like, I got to watch my language here, man, because he's going to hit the dog on me. Even maybe pull the fucking gun on her. But like, I kind of made him calm down a little bit. But he was asking like, where are you going to sleep? In the car? Are you kidding me? People do not sleep in cars. Like, you're going to sleep in the back seat? I don't believe you, man. What are you doing here? And I'm like, I'm sorry, man. I know this looks bad. I'm in your yard and stuff. I didn't mean to. It's dark. I'm trying to find my way, you know. And he got quiet for a second, very skeptical. We were talking for like 20 minutes. And finally, he like stood up from my car window, calmed his dog down a little bit, and then he just like waved his hand like, you can go, sort of thing. And I just went sweating my ass off, and like I thought I was gonna die for a few seconds.
How deep in the woods were you?
Yeah, I was probably driving for not too long, maybe 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, he lived like all alone in like one house deep in the forest. Not deep, but like all alone, like no other houses, like just his house and just thick forest all around. So he could have done something.
Yeah, see, I could see that, like that being like wrong place, wrong time. You know what I mean? Like maybe people were messing with him before, and you didn't, like, you just happened to roll up in there and didn't know it, you know? And like,
yeah, man, he gave me the whole story of people being in his yard before and how he handled them and stuff, and he spoke about it pretty violently. So he got me on my edge. I was kind of sweating a bit, trying to keep my cool, not like make him rage or anything. I don't know, but when I drove from there, you know, I was kind of shaking a little bit, and I thought about it for a while. Like, he could have done anything to me right there.
Yeah, he might have been hiding something too, man. Like with people that with people that are extra paranoid scare me. People that have severe, I don't want to say severe trust issues, but like paranoid people scare me because they're the ones that they'll hurt people, you know. Like he could have been hiding something too, you know. So you spent 20 minutes trying to calm a dude down back to normality, you know. So something didn't happen.
Yeah, and the whole time he was like leaning his head into my car with his like elbows on the window, you know.
Yeah. That was a close call.
It took like 50.
In another life, like in a different timeline, you might have handled that differently. It might not have went so well for you. I hope you found another place to sleep, by the way.
Yeah, I did. I actually found a gas station like a few miles from there. But I made sure to like drive like a pretty decent distance because I had like feelings he was gonna like jump in his car and like follow me and shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
So he let me go, so that wouldn't make sense.
So that's the scariest thing that's happened to you? One of the scariest things that's happened to you?
Yeah, one of the scary. I was trying to think of something else like paranormal shit, but I don't.
No, I don't have to be paranormal,
weird
man.
Stuff.
You know, like
I have some nightmare fuel and stuff.
Some of the
in real life, that's the most scary thing, man.
Well, some of the most scariest things ever are like real life stuff, though. You know, it doesn't have to be paranormal. Like that's a freaky thing. I think the reason why I'm like that's intriguing me so much is because I feel like I've been in that situation before, where I'm calming somebody down that's like overly paranoid and about to hurt somebody. I've been in that situation more than once,
man.
It's not a good feeling, you know, right? Like because
it's very like hard to make them understand, and you're like trying to get them down to your level, and they're like
they don't trust
you know.
Yeah, they don't trust nothing. Or they're hiding something, like Sudi says. Sometimes they're hiding something. And they're paranoid because you're out there on their property. I got that
feeling because his girl was watching us like a hawk. You know, maybe she was worried, of course, but the whole situation was very, very unsettling because of the darkness and the forest around and his dog. And, yeah, you know.
Yeah.
Crazy stuff.
Yeah, but hey, and listen, man, I appreciate you sending me the music. I remember you sending me your music a while back, and I've been meaning to play it, put it on the station and stuff. It's awesome, man. You know, so
thank you, brother. I really appreciate that.
Yeah, man, plug your stuff. Tell people where they can find your music at. If you have links, like direct links to it, or do you?
Oh yeah, that's the one I'm speaking to you in the chat right now. Spit Habits. That's my channel.
Yeah, y'all look them up. I love art, man. All kinds of art.
I really appreciate you taking your time to listen to that. That means a lot.
Yeah. Well, I am glad that you made it through that, and we can both exhale, right?
Oh, yeah, man. It felt kind of good speaking about it because I only told, like, my mother a little bit, and she freaked the fuck out, so I couldn't, like, tell the whole thing to her.
What's he talking about? What are you talking about? Nobody sleeps in cars. Dude, all kinds of people sleep in cars. You know?
Yeah.
He was just probably
thinking, but he like looked at me like I was some kind of crazy hippie or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
He was really on edge.
Glad you made it, bro. Glad you made it through that one. I can tell you got a really bad vibe with that, right?
Yeah, like the weird thing was that it took so long for him to like even believe me. Like I told him like what would be my purpose coming here like in the middle of the night. Of course I'm lost. I'm looking for something else. Like you know, it was hard to explain to him.
Man.
But yeah, that shit was scary. I appreciate you listening.
Yeah, thanks for your call, brother. Appreciate it. Call back anytime.
It's all right.
All right.
Sure, man. Thank you.
You're welcome. Spit Habits, everybody. Go check out his music. All right. So, if you got a scary story, Cosmic, call in. You've called in before, so call in. I want to hear everybody's story. That one actually did scare me. because I've been in that situation before. One time it wasn't like a property, but it was more or less like I stumbled upon something that I shouldn't have and didn't know it. I guess I could tell it. I guess it wouldn't hurt to tell it, but I was in the middle of a story, I think. But that story is not going anywhere. These are all true stories that I'm reading. I found like a site that's got true stories on it, by the way. But so I had something like that happen once in Memphis, because I used to go to Memphis when I was in my 20s every other weekend. And I'd go to Memphis, and I was doing these like acting classes or whatever. I actually had an agent and gotten to do a commercial and whatever. It was a weird experience, but that's why I was going to Memphis. No other reason. And sometimes my, at the time, wife would go with me. And then sometimes my friend would go with me, Kevin. And I was big into like, there's this club in Memphis called Club 152. I think that's the name of it. It's like got 3-4 different levels. So we go to Memphis, and it's the same kind of thing happened. We're having like the night of our life, me and my friend Kevin. We didn't even know this club had like multi-stories, and it turned out one of my favorite DJs was there, and I had no idea he was going to be there. So it was like synchronicity after synchronicity, one of those nights. I'm sure you've had it before. And anyways, so we're both had some drinks. We're buzzing pretty good, and I decide, hey, let's step outside just to get some fresh air. Didn't realize it was like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning, and this is Memphis. So we go outside. For some stupid reason, we start walking down Beale Street and take a turn somewhere, just me and my buddy. And when we turn the corner, there's this group of dudes, and they're all, wearing Crip colors. They're decked out in like gang outfits. They even got two of them had their face covered up. And Kevin walks up to one of them and asks him for a cigarette, and they start getting paranoid. They start saying things like, I don't know nothing about no cigarette. What are you doing over here? And they're starting to ask us a million questions. And these guys are young. They're younger than us, too, which scared me even more, because the younger you are, the more, no offense to young people, but the more you act out of your ego, the more ego-driven things you tend to do when you're young. And like, long story short, it's probably not as good as Spit's story, but it took about 10 or 15 minutes of me calming these kids down, and they had guns. Like, they were going to shoot us just for walking around the corner, just for asking for a cigarette. They were going to shoot us. And I had to figure out which one in the group, because Kevin was so drunk, he didn't even realize what was happening, but I did. I had to figure out which one in the group was, I guess, the leader. I don't know much about gangs or whatever, but I could tell which one, was calling shots in the group. I mean, you don't even have to be in a gang. You can walk up to a group of dudes and figure out which one's the alpha, I guess you could say. So I had to talk to him to calm the other guy down, because this other guy just kept backing up and reaching in his pocket, and my heart, and I was drunk too, and my heart was speeding up, right? So I talked to him to calm him down. I said, man, you know, I don't remember everything I said, but I know part of it was like, you don't really want to do this because we're just trying to like bum a smoke. We'll be on our way, and like you're going to go to jail. I was saying all kinds of crazy shit to try to not get shot. But I got that same feeling when he was saying that story, that same kind of vibe, because they were paranoid, man, as soon as we walked around the corner. Like they were yelling, hooping and hollering, freaking out like we did something bad or whatever, but it was pretty scary. 865 area code. Who are we speaking with?
What's up, Joe? This is Cosmic.
What's up, Cosmic? Why do you want to punch yourself in the face? I just saw that go by real quick. Like I want to punch myself in the face.
I told you like 4 different times in the chat, just because of that guy that was golfing, and I'm like, dude, fucking pay attention. Excuse my language. Pay attention and listen to. Just be present. Quit. Yeah. I don't know. He just. I don't know. Wasn't
and then you realized it was
really annoying.
You realized it was a spoof in the end.
Pardon me?
You did realize it was a spoof, right?
Eventually.
That's why you wanted to punch yourself in the face. Okay.
I'm just like, what is happening? This is really fucking, excuse me. Yeah, dang it.
It's all right.
Really
It's late. I understand. Curse words are flying.
Yeah, and then the following couple that called or whatever that whole thing was about, and I'm like, dude, like, I don't know.
It's live radio, man. Yeah. This is what I've been dealing with for years, bro. This is why sometimes my subscriber rate fluctuates, you know, because it's not controlled. It's not pre-recorded. It's not perfect. It's live. It's raw. Anything can happen. You never know, man. You just never know.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, I realized that it was more of a spoof, or was a spoof, whenever he's like, oh, I see something in the woods watching me and that whole thing. But anyways, I was going to say a couple quick things.
Sure.
So not necessarily spooky or scary, but just some interesting things that happened. Well, I guess I'll start with the more spooky one, but
okay.
So growing up, I feel like I've had a lot of, basically every house that I've grown up in has had like a lot of weird stuff happening, and just like leading me to feel or think more in the paranormal aspect of reality versus just, I don't know, a normal life. But so I don't know if you know about this, but like the PlayStation 2, whenever that was a thing, they had like a little video camera, and it was called an iToy, I believe. But so my stepbrother had that, and we were playing like whatever game, and basically it was like, it would show like a beehive, for example. One of the games was like a beehive, and it would show you on the camera, and you'd go up and you'd like punch it or touch it or whatever, and it'd start shaking, and these bees would come out and they'd swarm around you. And whenever we were playing that, there was like, or just turning it on, essentially they would fucking be, excuse me, they would be swarming around everywhere in a certain spot, but nothing was there. There was no like central heating air. There was nothing that would cause these bees to be swarming in that spot, but they would be swarming in there all the time. They'd be going fucking crazy. And, I'm sorry. And after a little bit, I literally unplugged the PlayStation, brought it to my buddy's house, a couple houses down the road, plugged it in, nothing happened. And I was like, okay, well, that's kind of weird. There was no movement, no bees would come out of the hive, because they only interacted with like a visual touch, like you physically on the camera touching this thing, and then it would shake and these bees would come out and attack you.
What?
So whenever I went to my buddy's house, nothing happened. And I was like, okay, well, that's pretty weird. My stepdad, he tends to not be scared of anything for whatever reason, which by all means, awesome. But he was working in the shed late at night, and he said that he heard something tell him to get out. And the way he said it was like terrifying to him, and he fucking, excuse me, I'm so sorry, ran inside the house and was like terrified. Something told me to get out. And not long after that, my mom had painted this picture of this sailor. I don't know who this guy was or if she knew him in a past life or whatever, but she had this painting that she did above her bedroom door, and the frame fell off, but the picture stayed on the wall. And it was just like a bizarre experience. My stepbrother also had 2 different pictures of The Exorcist movie, or like the crucifix scene, and then one where she's got her head behind her head twisted around. And my mom was cleaning the bathroom one day and was like, yeah, I could feel something watching me whenever I was in the bathroom. Anyways, and then there was one time where I don't know if I should say it, but I was experimenting with certain natural chemicals that just happened to be in our brain. And anyways, did this
No, you
thing,
can't just
like,
you can't just throw that out there, man. You done dropped 12 F-bombs, and now you're not going to tell me what that chemical. No, you got to tell us, dude. What was it?
Yeah, I was smoking DMT.
Well, that you could say that. That's not a big deal.
Well, I don't know what I'm supposed to say or not allowed to say or whatever. But anyway,
And don't worry about this
so
stuff.
the first time Thank you. So the first time that I did that, went to a buddy's house, and he was like, it was my birthday actually, and I was like, dude, I just would really like to try this and have this experience. And he had a couple friends over, whatever. Everybody went outside. They left me alone. A buddy of mine was like, yep, here you go. Sit down. This is for you. And I was kind of terrified to just blast it all away and, blast off more or less, I guess. But hit it once, closed my eyes, opened my eyes, and I was just looking at the ceiling fan above me, or I was just looking up, and I was seeing lights in between all of the other lights, and it was just really just that whole thing, and just was really interesting. Okay, so I hit it again.
So the bees, though, where do the bees come in here?
No more bees. This is a different story.
Okay. All right. I was trying to connect the two for some reason in my head, man. I don't know why. But go ahead.
No, the whole concept with that was at my house, the bees were going crazy whenever there was nothing happening, and I brought it to a friend's house, and the bees weren't doing anything. Like, nothing was happening because, I don't know. I guess
it's weird.
The primary aspect of that was there's something going on in the houses that I grew up in, but whenever I went to other people's houses, this shit wasn't happening. And it was just like,
okay.
Why?
So I feel like I need to punch myself in the face now. See? All right. So go ahead.
So anyways, initially I was just like looking at the ceiling fan, and I was seeing lights in between each light. And then one of my buddies came through. He was also playing some music for me. He set up a few songs for me to listen to, and so it was like electronic music, but it was like a very down tempo, very slow type of music, if that makes sense.
Yeah, kind of like lo-fi or whatever.
Yeah. So like every 4 seconds, it was just like a solid bass note for like 4 seconds, and then it would change to a different frequency. It was just like super low. But anyways, every frequency that changed felt like I was vibrating on a different dimension. And whenever I actually closed my eyes, because he walked through and was like, "Hey, close your eyes," and I was like, "Okay." So as soon as I closed my eyes, all I could see was dark, obviously. But I just kept seeing these like ghost apparition, just these demented type faces flying by my face. Like, I don't know how to explain it, but seeing it in a dark space and then seeing beings or ghosts flying from left to right, or right to left, I should say. And just like screaming at me and just giving me a terrible vibe. But it was just a bunch of demented things that I was seeing. And then slowly but surely, I could see a very minuscule light in the corner of my like with my eyes closed, and the bottom right of whatever that is was a very small light. And eventually, like over time, that light slowly grew and became brighter and was allowing me to see whatever these demented ghosts, whatever faces, demons, whatever you want to call them, they became more illuminated. And after eventually the light just kind of obliterated the whole scene, and basically illuminated everything, and I was able to see all of these like demons or ghosts or whatever, and I was just like, okay, well, and then I saw this feminine energy, an entity, but the feeling I got from it was like a creator consciousness. Like it was like a god, so to speak. But, and then whenever I noticed her, all I could see was basically being able to see the energy that somebody's emanating towards you. And it was just like really rapid, up and down sine waves, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I got
unconditional love. Unconditional love is what I kept feeling and was experiencing. And after like 30 seconds of that, maybe, it was just like I got this message that love is the only thing that's real. Love conquers darkness. And I know this is not scary stories, so I'm sorry, but it was just telling me that love can conquer darkness, or love conquers darkness, whatever. And then that faded away. I did it again, took another hit, whatever, went outside, sat down, and I kept seeing gnomes or like elves or whatever sitting on like blades of grass. Like everything was super, I could see everything, more or less.
Gnomes are earth elementals. Do you know that?
Pardon me?
Gnomes are earth elementals. You know that, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But I've never experienced anything like that, or like communicated with them or had like any interaction with, I don't know. I've never dabbled in magic or like this whole thing. I question it all the time, and really, like, we had a talk, we did a tarot reading and all that stuff, and you told me about going to the crossroads and doing all that, and still a part of me is like scared to do it, unfortunately, or fortunately.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Here's the thing, brother. Okay, so like we did a show about fear, right? Fear is a good thing, so we don't like jump off a building or do stupid stuff. It keeps us alive. So on the animal part of ourselves, fear is a good thing. But the rest of it, even that vision that you're talking about is I think it was trying to tell you something. Like you said, it showed you all of this stuff that's supposed to like scare you. And then on the other side of it comes out what? Like this beautiful, feminine, loving energy, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
So, man, you don't have to go to the crossroads to. My whole thing with that reading with you is you have to face a fear that terrifies you. But I don't mean jump, you know what I mean? Like within reason. Something's like psychological, emotional, or mystical that terrifies you a little bit. And just,
or all three. I don't know, but
like
you're
feel
right.
Feel it. This is another thing too. People do all kinds of stuff to not feel the fear, right? And that's not the point. The point is to feel the fear all the way down to like as hardcore as it can get, and then pass through it. So you have that experience of, it changes everything,
Definitely. And like you said, there's some aspect of myself that's really afraid of what's going to happen if I do try to transcend whatever issue that is bothering me. But yeah,
you will.
I hear you.
You will when you're ready. Whatever it is, it may be something that none of us understand, but have you ever I know this isn't Halloween related either, but have you ever read Michael Newton's book Journey of Souls?
I've heard of the book name, but I've not heard of the author.
Okay. So here's the thing, the cool part of this book. You know, I'm into like psychology and hypnotism and all this other stuff, right?
Definitely.
So
I love psychology. Yeah.
Michael Newton was famous for taking people under. And what he would do with all of his patients was take them between lives, right? So you hear about past lives, current lives, but he just wanted to see.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
What happened between lives. Now, in one of these sessions, he had a person that was super suggestible so he could really, experiment with this patient. And he told this patient to go to the edges of reality, right? Like this patient was trying to see what happens when we die? Where do we go? And
right.
The patient kept telling him, it's blurry, it's hard, and I can't see, it's fuzzy. And Michael Newton kept telling him, push a little bit further, just go a little bit further, right? And he was suggestible, so he would go a little bit further until he couldn't go no more. And then the patient started crying, and he said, I hear singing, right? So eventually he said, what do you mean? And the patient came to a realization that it was a mother. Right. So at the very edges of reality, in between this guy's lives, so to speak, or at the very least, if it's not real, at the depths of his consciousness, was a loving mother. You see?
Yeah.
And that guy was definitely in the void.
That you're saying what I initially experienced whenever I was speaking my last conversation.
Yeah. And you know how they have that theory like that some people theorize that as soon as we die, we don't go anywhere. We just come out of another womb, so to speak, So maybe. It's trippy, though.
Yeah, no. I guess side note, I was with my last girlfriend for about 4 years, and one of the main things that really frustrated me was trying to have these conversations and share these different podcasts and these types of, thought experiments, so to speak, about spirituality and the unknown or the invisible or afterlife or whatever. And none of it really made sense to her.
Yeah.
Or like she wasn't interested, I should say. And it was really fucking frustrating. Excuse me. It was
disconnecting,
really frustrating. And a couple days ago, she's like, "Oh yeah, well now I'm getting into spirituality and I'm thinking about this stuff." And I'm like, "Are you freaking serious? Like, where was this 3 years ago?" Type of thing. But
yeah,
anyway,
I understand that more than you know. But two things, brother. Like, I talk to you on a different level because we've talked before, right? So, like, we're a bit closer than some of the average listeners because I know, I've sat down with you and talked to you for a while. So, like, man, first and foremost, as a dude, I could say for sure, there's always going to be a longing inside you. And that's a thing that you have to turn into a burning creative fire. And no matter how close of love that you're going to get, once you get comfortable with that longing, and I wouldn't say isolation, but the individuation of that longing and that burning that you have, your life is going to change probably. And second, I think maybe you might have met that girl to be a catalyst in her life. Maybe she had to leave you and go to another situation, relationship, single, whatever happened to her, in order for her to relate how you guys were based on, whatever she experienced after. And now she's starting to think about it. So that's good. That's
it's
a good thing.
Definitely. Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. 1,000,000%. I was about to say, I don't think this is too personal, but, so like I said, I was like, where the fudge was all this stuff whenever we were together? Like, you didn't show any interest in anything that I was trying to show you about spirituality or reincarnation or any of that. And now she's going to church and she's interested in spirituality and she's thinking about going to other churches to see what other people are saying. And I'm like, well, you do you, but she said, you only live once, right? And I was like, well, you only live once forever.
Yeah, well, you should have said, I don't know about that. You so certain, you know. Plant the seed. If you're going to plant seeds in people's minds, because we do that anyways. You know, everybody's so afraid of manipulation and judgment, and yet everybody's walking around and manipulating and judging everybody 90% of the time. So the choice is what do we judge? How do we judge? And what types of seeds do we plant in their mind? So you could have just planted a small seed and been like, well, are you sure about that? What makes you so sure?
Well, I've just recently, we haven't talked much, but recently whenever we have talked, I'm like, well, you know, I feel like basically like 2 days ago or whatever, I've been trying to tell her like, hey, like, once you leave this place or once you quote unquote die, you're just going to wake up somewhere else, and it's going to be like you just woke up from a dream. But I don't know that what I'm saying is absolutely true, but what I feel and what I think feels pretty absolute or true or whatever to me.
You're a nice guy though, bro. Like you're a comfort. You were trying to comfort her too, in a way. You were probably feeling the truth of it and comforting her too, you know?
Yeah. Ultimately, I feel like I've got some fucking bullshit, excuse me, from my childhood that I don't know exactly what happened, but I have one memory, but who knows? There could be several more, but that could be the only thing. And I was literally just telling somebody, like, going through that quote unquote negative experience as a child, all I want to do is make people happy and bring that, like, be the opposite of the spectrum and share love for people and give somebody a portal to access that love. And I don't know, just be easily accessible. And I don't know how to explain it, but
just keep giving. Keep giving.
Yeah.
The more you feel longing in you, the more you give. Give. Just keep giving. Keep expressing. Keep giving. Remember, like, the love you take will always be equal to the love you make. And the thing about, like, you realizing that love is, you even, like, what you said seems like a simple thing, right? Like, love is the only real thing. But if you pick it apart with your brain and you look at it esoterically, psychologically, the physical, the non-physical, the two in one, the bridegroom, the connection between the unseen and the seen, everything that connects the opposites is love. So that space that connects those two things is the only true real thing. The rest is an illusion. Whether you're in the metaphysical or in the physical, there's an illusion in both realms. So you already know deep in your heart your truth, man. You just got to stop doubting yourself.
Correct.
You're a good dude, man.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I appreciate that. It means the world to me to have the reassurance and, you know, not just a random thought, quote unquote, random thought in my head.
Yeah, man.
What else was I gonna
We love
say?
you.
So I love you too. Sincerely, I appreciate you.
You know, and
everybody here.
What was that movie? The Lord of the Rings. Which one? Not Lord of the Rings. The Hobbit or whatever. I'm gonna get real nerdy with you guys. I get nerdy sometimes, but they said it in that movie, right? Like when the dwarf fell in love with the elf. They're opposites. It's impossible. It's not supposed to happen or whatever. But the dwarf dies. And the elf woman, whatever her name was talking about this pain, this longing that she felt because he died. He's gone. And the elf king, she said, why does it hurt so much, right? And the elf king said to her, he said, because it was real, right? So even the Elf King, that guy was an asshole throughout the whole show, but that point right there was everything is an illusion but that.
Right.
You know. And we still don't know what love is.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. And like I said, I recently started talking to my ex, and she opened up to me about spirituality or being open to it. And I'm like, holy shit, like, wow, this is amazing. Like, we can actually have more in-depth conversations. And, but
just stay positive, stay open.
Yeah.
That's the void, man. Don't try to control it. Just see what happens.
Yeah, no. So I had been trying, like, recently I had been trying to, like, mend the relationship and get back together and all that. And the more that we talk, I'm like, I don't think this is where my path is supposed to lead. And it's not, you know, like, she has her own issues with me or like whatever, and that's awesome, whatever. But I'd rather her be happy with somebody else to do whatever and be there for her in a certain type of way that she expects versus me trying to make something happen. And
you're healing, dude. You're healing.
Amen.
If you really mean what you just said, you're healing. That's what healing is. You're healing.
Yeah.
People always ask that question, like, you need to heal, or when you get your healing. And sometimes we don't even know how to heal certain things, you know? And it's like, I think sometimes it just takes time. There's nothing you can do but let time heal it, whatever it is, you know? It's getting late because we're getting super eccentric now, you know? Or existential. That's how you know it's getting late. Right? Yeah.
But no, 100 million %. I hear you loud and clear. And the more that, so what I was trying to say is the more that I talked to her the past few days and was trying to explain my emotions and like this whole spirituality thing and all that shit, I realized that we're probably not meant to be together. But side note, I was at a music festival or concert or whatever, and somebody was like, oh, you guys were brother and sister in a past life. And I was like, holy shit, that would make a lot of sense.
Maybe you were.
Why? Like, so how we met was I wasn't planning to do anything, and I randomly, quote unquote, randomly went to a concert. Crossed paths with her. I was like, oh, I like your pants. Literally, I like your pants. And we became fucking like best friends, excuse me. And I don't know, we were together for like 4 years, and but if if I had never been like, oh, I like your pants, I would have never moved to where I am, and none of this stuff would have ever happened. And it's really bizarre to think about that, because my life would be so much different if I had never went to that show that night and talked to this girl. And not that it's a bad thing, like,
no, it's not a bad thing, man. It's not a bad thing. It's when you have a deep connection with somebody, you're giving a part of yourself to that person. So when it goes away, there's a void there, and it has to heal, or you have to feel it, or whatever, man. Like, it's not easy, you know. Anytime here's what I think you should tell yourself. At least I had enough love in my heart. I'm proud of myself that I had enough love in my heart that I took a risk on somebody. I went all in, knowing that I could get hurt, knowing that they could abandon me, knowing that I could be left alone with this void inside of me, but I didn't care. I loved them that much that I was willing to risk that. You know?
Yeah, no, I hear you 1,000%. And again,
she's not going to forget that.
I mean, I don't know. She
Not that
keeps
it
telling
matters.
me that maybe we'll work out in the future. I don't know, and that's awesome. Cool, whatever. I've learned my lesson, and I'm not trying to keep pushing things in a certain direction. It is what it is. You know, I tried.
What about your pyramids, bro? You still making those?
I am, and I was just talking to somebody, like as the podcast was going on, I was having a conversation with somebody else, but I was specifically talking about how, so next to my bed, like basically the table that I make them on is next to my bed, and I had 4 pyramids just connected, just touching each other. And I had a few other crystals. I have a few crystals under my pillow, etc. But, dude, dreams are wild, and
cool.
It's very. I don't know, man. I feel like I'm traveling a million different places and having all these different experiences in all these different places, and I don't know. It's really interesting. And then recently, I dispersed the pyramids. I took them out of their formation and put them back in different places and aligned them up elsewhere. But while they were specifically next to my fucking head, while they were next to my head while I was sleeping, these dreams are unreal. And it's literally like I'm living lives in these other planes of existence. Like, everything is real. Like, none of it was BS or make believe or whatever. It all felt so freaking real, and that I was living another life inside another body or whatever. And it was very intense, and yeah.
That's cool. Maybe you should just keep following that, man. You sound real passionate about it. You follow your passion, and everything's going to work out for you. It may not seem that way, but it will.
It doesn't feel that way. Yeah, no, I hear you. My apparent. Unfortunately, my issue is can't smoke weed right now.
There it is. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, find another avenue, right? Like I get that too. Trust me, God, I do get that. You know, like, but I don't know how deep you look into this stuff as far as frequency goes when it comes to geometry. But there's a guy that I've always wanted to talk to about this. And if you go to biogeometry.ca, this guy, his name is Dr. Ibrahim Karim. And this guy, I've been trying to get him on the show and talk to him forever. But I believe this dude has unlocked the keys to the secrets of not just, EMF protection, but why the Egyptians created what they created, everything about sacred geometry and how it works on the earth, not just understanding it, but all of it, the energy signatures, everything. And I think that in an evolved society, we would live in cities that were built and designed by this guy. This guy's an architect too, but check that out, man. And just keep following that passion. 'Cause I think that's going to be in the future, man.
I just pulled it up. I got it. My roommate's an architect, or studies architecture. Went to school for architecture.
Biogeometry.ca. Man, it's so interesting.
I'm on the website right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, brother. Thanks for calling.
Yeah. No, I don't want to take up any more time. I feel like I've already not wasted, but yeah.
It's
I've been
all
here
good,
for a
man.
long time.
It's all good. It's good to talk to you.
I love you.
Love you
Thank
too,
you.
brother. Right on. Talk to you later. Bye.
I'll see you. Yep. Peace.
See that? Good old Cosmic. What a kind heart, right? Just like right out of his mouth. I love you, man. Good stuff. Maybe Halloween's over. I got good vibes. No more scary stuff. Anyways, like I'm dancing right now. The coffee is going right through me. I don't technically have to take a break, but I'll just do like a small one. The necessary one. Getting older, man. Can't hold it like I used to could. Used to be solid. 1 second. Mo better. I got read right like when the song ended too. Thank God. All right. So I got one donation. So I don't know how much longer this marathon's going to go. Sudi, I think I at least owe it to Sudi to saying, what do you guys want? What do you want? Scary stories? What do you want? What do you want? Got anybody else want to call in and share their scary stories? Don't forget too, we got another broadcast technically tonight. Cosmic Conditions with Mary Ducina as well. Man, I think I drank that coffee like way too fast, way too much something. Yeah, something wasn't right. I was dancing in my chair, man. At least should finish like this story, this one that we were saying that we were talking about. Scary background music. Let me pull this back up. Nudity. Oh, Sudi's getting dirty. Y'all look out. Party's just about to get started. Let's see. Where did my story go? Now here, this is it, right? All right, where's my scary music? Is that scary? So these are supposedly like true stories. Some of them are really short. Yeah, I got to finish. I probably need to start this one over. Okay. So I came home pretty late one night, and my roommate's bedroom was shut, and I assumed she was sleeping already. But I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the kitchen. I said her name, but she didn't answer. I didn't think of anything of it, so I walked into my room, and before I turned the light on, something whispered. Yeah, this is where we left off. Something whispered, "I'm still here." I turned on the light in my room, but nothing was there, so I turned on every light in my house and knocked on my roommate's door and eventually opened it, but she wasn't there. So I left her light on too and slept with all the lights on. And when she came back the next morning, I asked her if she was messing with me, and she started crying and said she left because something was in the house messing with her and she had to get out. That sounds real. These are all supposedly true stories, so some of them are pretty short. They're not like the movies. But that definitely sounds real, because I've had the same thing happen to me. You guys remember, not like that, not like something was messing with me kind of thing or whatever, but when I saw that white thing move through the house that I thought was my father. What's up, Grant? Happy Halloween, brother. Like I started talking to my father. Like, thanks for signing up as a member, Jay. Appreciate that, brother. I started talking to my father as if he was right there. And I swear he walked right in front of me. So I just started talking to him, like, hey, man, this is my day or whatever. And then walked around the corner of the hallway, went straight into the room, and he was gone. He wasn't there, gone. And it freaked me out. I'll never forget the feeling of it, So, yeah, here's another one called Raising a Serial Killer. We, meaning me and my wife and my 3-year-old son, are sitting in the food court at Costco. There's another family with a 4 to 5-year-old girl sitting behind us. My son looks at me and says, "Do you see that girl over there? I'm going to teach her a lesson." 3-year-old. So I'm taken aback for a second, and then I think he must intend to teach her numbers or the alphabet or something normal, some kind of normal thing that you teach. So I asked, what is he going to teach her? And his response was, "I'm going to teach her how to drown." All right, so here's the thing. Time out. Hard time out. There's some problems with this story, number one. If your 3-year-old is saying that, like, one, if you're making this up, you're messed up. If you're putting this in a truth story column and you're making this up, you got real problems, buddy. But if a 3-year-old says that, like, you got to think something's wrong with the kid. Where did he hear it? You didn't even, like, this bothers me for some reason. You didn't even ask the kid where did he hear that or why he would say that. You just stopped the story right there, which tells me that it can't be real. That can't be real, right? Like a 3-year-old wouldn't say that. I'm going to teach her how to drown. Unless like he watched something on TV and heard that, like, what? No. I'm going to call bullshit on that. That's crazy. I'm going to teach her how to drown. Maybe he didn't know what he was saying, you know? Kids say weird things. All right, so this one's called They Knew. So a family friend of mine used to work in private wealth management, and one of her jobs was diversification of her clients' assets on the stock market. Out of nowhere, she gets a call from a representative of one of her very big private clients to sell all the stocks of a big airline and move the liquidity somewhere else. No buts. And if needed, they could sell up to 5% below market as long as the shares are sold quickly. So she's dumping everything. Now, this was extremely weird as the stock price of the company was pretty stable. And specifically, his client's portfolio was heavily hedged with this stake, but she didn't think much of it. And oftentimes, her clients did this for personal reasons, such as having a bad experience on a plane of the company or something. But 2 days later, one of her colleagues that she shared this peculiar story told her how the airline stock price started slowly but surely falling. And some people were selling off their shares too, which were gladly bought by the market at increasing prices. The next day, American Airlines Flight 11 crashed into the north. Did you see that? Everything just glitched. Crashed into the North Tower of the World Trade Center in New York. The stock market was closed for another week. They just threw that one in there. I've heard that before, but that's actually a specific case. Don't do me dirty, YouTube. All right, I'm only reading someone else's experiences here. This is a little tiny one, a little short one. Happy Halloween, too. Night Spits. I went camping by myself in Maine one night. I woke up at like 3 a.m. Not being able to fall asleep, I just laid there listening to the woods. And then I heard a faint hello. I was petrified. I felt so vulnerable in the tent, I never figured out what it was. Broman Dude 69. Hello. What if it was like, you got to describe it, man. Tell us more. Don't just, I heard someone say hello. Was it like a faint hello? Was it a scary hello? Was it a chick where she
like, hello?
Was it like that? Was it weird? The art of storytelling kind of didn't work on that one. So here's another one called, Would you like to come live in my basement? I'm not making this up. When I was 17 and worked in retail as a cashier, I had a very old couple come through my line buying a wok. The husband, who was at least 85, started making conversation with me about the wok and asked if I liked Chinese food. I said, yeah, I like Chinese. So he goes, do you want to go out with me and get some Chinese? And then he winks at me. I said, no, sir. Oh, well. He looked a bit disappointed and turns to look at his wife, who is on the phone with someone. Would you at least like to come home with me and live in my basement? No. And the rest of the transaction took place in a terrified silence. His wife never said a word. And I wonder to this day if he was trying to joke because he sounded so sincere, or if he was suffering from dementia or something, like anything else that make him not realize just how creepy that sounds to someone young enough to be your great-grandchild. Yeah, I think the creepy part about that is like that his wife didn't say anything, you know? Have you heard, what is this? Hold on. Have you read or heard much about the effects of ketamine trips? Yeah, I have actually. So I got a couple of friends that have done ketamine, and I know why it's a big deal. Because people are having, the reason why ketamine is such a big deal is it does help, right? Like if it's supervised and someone knows what they're doing and everything, and people are having legitimate out-of-body experiences. Okay, so let me just explain this real quick. Do you know when I talk about the difference between a dream and like an OBE? And I was explaining to you guys that an OBE would just be like your consciousness like it is right now. Now, I know you guys have listened to 1,000 teachers talk about OBE stuff and everybody's got all their stuff, whatever. I'm just telling you, my experience with the OBE is that the consciousness that you're experiencing right now it's the same. Exactly the same. You don't have to fall asleep. You don't forget. There's whatever. Now, other stuff can happen. Like it could get fuzzy. You could go blind. Sometimes you can't hear, things like that. But the consciousness side of it, the awareness side of it, it's nothing like a dream. Nothing. Now, I said all that to say this. Ketamine induces states like this too. But people swear, they promise with all their heart and soul that they're out of body. I think one of my ex-girlfriends even brought this up on the show a long time ago, where she said that she wrecked her bicycle and it put her arm out of, like, I think her arm was out of socket or something. And so instead of like knocking her out or whatever, they gave her a little ketamine, and she talked about like how she floated out of her body. She watched them put her arm back in place. And she was thinking to herself, oh, that might be cool. So, yeah, I think ketamine is pretty hardcore. I think people have like real OBE experiences with it. But I still don't think it's something that you should go around taking recreationally. I just don't. I don't think we know enough about it yet, Let scary music go. At least got to get to the top of the hour. I'm probably going to get feet. Every time I don't validate somebody's belief or go against what somebody believes, or I don't believe something somebody believes, like people get butthurt or they'll unsubscribe or whatever. But look, all I'm saying is there needs to be a little bit more research with ketamine, just in my opinion. I think it's fantastic, but it's pretty powerful. It can be pretty powerful. All right, so this one's called Followed. The summer after I graduated from high school, I left work early and went up to my parents' cabin in northern Michigan. I spent that night at the beach watching the sunset. Once the sun went down and it became nearly pitch black with no light pollution, I got to my car and started driving down the highway M22. After about 10 seconds of being at speed, there was an older Tahoe, a late 90s model, that started riding my ass and flashing its high beams. So I got up to about 60 in a 45, but they were still on my ass. I pulled off to the side of the road that my parents' cabin is off of, and they took the same turn. Now, I thought this seemed weird because there's only about 30 or 40 houses on this road. So I went all the way to the end, which is usually a dead end, but leads to a maintenance area for the golf course nearby. And the truck was still following me. At this point, I was freaking out because if I pulled into the house, they'd know where we lived, and they were still following close by. So I started taking a ton of random turns, and the truck kept following every single turn for about 15 minutes. I finally had a chance to make a turn with traffic going through the intersection that gave me a few seconds of a head start. Pulled down a side street, went up 100 yards, turned off all my lights, and waited. The truck slowly drove by the perpendicular street and kept going. Booked it home, pulled my car around the side away from the main road, and pulled every curtain. Now, I don't know about you, but for an 18-year-old, I was scared as hell that night. That's not that scary, but I mean, if they're following you like that, I guess it is scary. Because that might have been like the first time somebody got road rage on you or something and just followed you. By the way, that user's name is Sour Turtle. All right. Last one. No, I'm going to do two more because this one's short. This one's called Bark. Now, this actually happened fairly recently. I was home alone one day with my dog and two of my friends' dogs. And out of nowhere, they all start barking and looking up towards our loft. And as they're quieting down, I hear someone in a mocking, calm tone say, "Bark." Oh, that's trippy. They started going crazy again, and I decide it's time for a long evening walk. That's crazy. Think about that. Like, so your dogs are going freaking nuts. They're barking and barking and barking at a loft. They finally calm down. You tell them to shut up, whatever. And then you hear this voice say, "Bark." Like, it doesn't even have to be scary. It's just a voice that says, "Bark." And then they start barking again like crazy. That's a pretty good one. That actually is a pretty damn good one. Is this scary? All right, so just so you guys, I got a little surprise for you after the broadcast tonight. If you're still up with us, I'm going to play one of my favorite audio dramas. It's only a few minutes. Actually, I'm going to play two and then we'll kill it. All right. So the first one is Alex Exum's interview with a Sasquatch, where Alex Exum, I love doing Sasquatch spoofs, by the way, if you guys can't tell. But so Alex Exum actually figured out how to talk to a Sasquatch and bring it in the studio. And then we'll end the night with a story called Karen by Alex Exum. It's going to be a good time. But let me tell this one real quick. The Evil Twin. New Year's Day in 1995, I was in the middle of a third-year university, and a bunch of friends had come down to visit me and my roommate for the festivities. We were all pretty hungover from drinking the night before and went out for the usual nice day out. A bit chilly. I don't feel so good. Post-greasy breakfast hungover stroll around the neighborhood. Yeah, that's like that nasty drunk where you're like, let's go to the Waffle House, and it was a bad idea, you know. So two of these friends were twin brothers, and one of them we hung out with all the time. The other we just met for the first time. He was pretty normal the night before, joining in the fun, but on this day, we're all hanging around a local baseball court shooting hoops with an old basketball we found in the grass. And this twin brother kept following me around all over the place with the creepiest grin I'd ever seen in my life. Man, I keep getting weird glitches too. So staring right into the nether regions of my soul the whole time. So I'd back away and join the group again, and then he'd keep following me around. So when we were walking back to the apartment, it was just me and him walking down the sidewalk behind the group, and he moved over in front of me, stared at me with that creepy look again, and fell down to his knees as if to worship me or something. I didn't know what to do, so I said, "Hey, buddy, you all right? We're heading back now, right?" And so on. But he wouldn't say anything. He'd just be there on his knees, looking up at me with a clenched face and squinty eyes, as if he were looking directly into the sun or something. Now, later that day, my roomie said he was tripping balls, so I thought nothing of it and moved on with my life. But a few weeks later, we got a phone call from the twin brother we usually hung out with, and it turned out that this other twin brother went over to his aunt's place with a knife and stabbed her 14 times. And she didn't die, but you know, that's still pretty bad. He had even called the police before going because he knew he was going to do it, but he couldn't stop himself from doing it because, you know, the voices and so on, I guess. The ensuing court case was widely covered in the media, as this was a relatively smaller community where this sort of thing just doesn't happen on a regular basis. And I was reading one of the articles, and one of the testimonies was that this twin brother was severely schizophrenic and was hearing voices in his head. He believed to his very bones that his aunt was the devil and that he had been commanded by God to go kill her. So who was this God that told him to go kill her? Well, as the newspaper article described, it was a guy in a group he hung out with on New Year's Day. And it didn't take me long to realize that he was talking about me. Oh my God. This was 22 years ago. Now I know for a fact it was a mental illness, but just knowing that I had somehow commanded him to go kill his aunt still stays with me to this day. God, that's trippy. I was wondering what the point of him dropping to his knees was or whatever. All right, I got to do this one, then I'll stop. I like doing this though. Always look under the bed. Here, let's do this for effect. Let's turn on some slides just for effect. I mean, I got to read this one. It's called Always Look Under the Bed. Before you go to bed. My great aunt lived way out in the boonies. Like Arkansas or somewhere. No, I'm just playing. But way out in the boonies. By an old southern prison. And this was before most people had TV, so she'd been listening to the radio and found out that a violent rapist had escaped from the prison nearby. So she walked into her bedroom and had one of those old saggy mattresses and felt something under the bed. She said something didn't feel right, and she slowly got off the bed and called the police. When they arrived, they found the rapist under her bed holding a knife from her kitchen, and he told them he had been waiting for her to go to sleep so he could rape her and stab her to death. That's stupid, crazy. Now, this is supposedly a true story, but the person remains anonymous, and they're calling themselves North Anger Abbey. So that probably tells you, like, you should trust. If you ever have a weird feeling, I always tell people this too. If you ever have a weird feeling like that, you should always trust it. And I think, this is a side note here, honestly, I think women, I'm not saying dudes can't do it, but in my experience, women are tuned into this stuff more than anything. You know, like a lot of dudes can do that kind of thing, but I'm just saying women. I'm talking to women. I'm giving you my advice. I've only been on the earth 42 years. I don't know much. But every time you have a feeling like that, even if you're wrong, better safe than sorry, always listen to it. And in my experience, every time I've been around a woman and they've said, I don't feel right about that guy, this thing or whatever, as long as they're not being weird or narcissistic or over the top, if they're being legit when they say this, 99.9% of the time, they're right. They just are. Trust that feeling. All right, one more. Just one more. I'm a little addicted to this now for some morbid reason. So we were living with my brother-in-law and his two teens when I was pregnant. He has an elevated house on quite a bit of former hunting land, several miles down a country road. My husband works 7 to 6, and Bill works offshore for 14 days. Now, while he was at work, his kids stayed with their grandmother. Nice house, but it had a weird vibe. I chalked it up to pregnancy hormones or whatever. See, here's another woman getting a weird vibe again, right? One day, home alone, I was taking a shower and felt someone staring at me. So I stuck my head out and listened. I couldn't hear anyone in the house, so I just resumed my shower. A while later, I heard the back door shut. I was standing in the kitchen and could see the door, which had no steps and was 6 foot from the ground. The door was still locked, so I told my husband about it that night, and he shrugged it off. Come on, dude. Why would you shrug that off? Anyways, we locked down and went to bed. Now, I don't know how long I'd been asleep, but I woke up to the blankets being yanked off the bed and my husband flipping on every light in the house. He threw open every door, every cabinet, looked in every pantry or closet while holding his handgun. Good job, buddy. I asked what was going on, and he swore he heard boots thumping through the house and someone talking. Everything was still locked, and it's not a big house, but nobody was there except us. Now, one night, a while later, my niece came into our room, and her dad worked over, and we had them over for a few days anyways. She came into my room and asked to sleep in bed with us. Now, this girl isn't scared of anything and is 14 at the time. 14 years old. So I sat up, told my husband to scoot over, and patted my pillow. That's when I noticed her 16-year-old brother curled up under a blanket on the floor beside me. Why are you both in my room at 2 a.m? They didn't want to answer at first, but explained that something in my niece's room laughs at night. I hated that room when we moved in and put up any laundry I did quickly in there. I asked my nephew why he was on the floor, and he said, quote, "She came into my room on the cot to sleep, but something started knocking on the door. We came down here as soon as it stopped. Again, husband flipped on every light, looked in every nook and cranny, still found nothing." So eventually we moved out, and the kids decided to live full-time with grandma. My husband said he heard a man laughing in my niece's room, but there was nobody there when he turns on the lights. Scared the shit out of him. KNSF. See? Uh-huh. Now that makes me think, do you guys remember when I was talking about how my dad used to do that when I was a kid? He'd go in there, flip the light on. There's nothing in here. Flip it off. Same thing. Like I was stupid, but he's trying to teach me logic. See, same thing, son. Nothing in here to be afraid of. Right? Well, these people got so freaked out, they did what the people in Poltergeist should have done. They moved. Now, these are all true stories, though. We found a leg. How can I not read this? All right, one more. Oh, one more. We had a membership sign up. Jay signed up, so push another one. That's how marathons work, by the way. This one's called, wait, let me make sure. This one's called We Found a Leg. Very short, but that's the title. While cutting lawns along this bike trail, me and a coworker found a mostly decayed, severed from the knee down leg. The cops were called. And that's they questioned us, and we never found out any more about what happened. That's the shortest story I read. True story, supposedly, by Foam83, put that story there. This one's by The Living Road. This is called 2 a.m. Okay. Years ago in the early 90s, my boyfriend was driving me home, and we saw a man lying on the ground in the strangest position, kneeling with his head on the ground and bent at a sharp angle so that he faced the street. It was 2 a.m. and the man was covered in sweat with his eyes open, and we pulled over, and I hopped out of the car to check on this guy, but his eyes were wide open, and he seemed like his face wasn't moving, but it really felt like he was pleading for help. He didn't respond at all when we called out to him. No blinking, just glassy eyes. So I reached out to touch him, and he was ice cold. I'm sure he wasn't breathing. Now, this was before cell phones, so I hopped back in the car, and we sped back to my house to call 911. 10 minutes later, the police called back to ask for the cross streets again. Apparently, they arrived at the corner, and there was nothing there. I verified that they had the right spot, and they said they would call back if they needed any more information. And that was the last I ever heard about it. I checked the newspaper for the next few weeks, but we never found out anything else about the man. All right, I'm tired of this music. I'd rather just say it in silence. Okay, 2 a.m. This one's called 2 a.m. Years ago, no, that's the one I just did. This one's called He's Biting Daddy. My 3-year-old, they're always creepy when there's kids involved. My 3-year-old, who's normally very happy-go-lucky kid, was extremely concerned the other day. He kept looking around the room talking about the rhino. Who knows what a 3-year-old might translate as a rhino? But this went on for about 20 minutes. And he was very concerned and looking around the entire time. So we get to a point where he says the rhino is moving. And my wife asks where the rhino is. And he says, he's coming to Daddy. Yeah, I'm Daddy. And my ass puckered just as a wee bit when he said that comment. Fast forward about 4 days, or last night, he starts talking about the ghost. And my daughter asks my son, well, where is the ghost? And my son says, he's biting Daddy. What the actual fuck? Kanye fan. You're letting your kids freak you out, man. All right, let's see. I don't know why I can't stop reading these. This one's called Scratching by Torosaur. Username Torosaur. All right. So we had quite a large house shaped like an L, but the L was cut into a hill. So the straight part of the L had a downstairs. There's two straight parts. You talking about the lower? He's talking about the smaller part of the L. The bottom part of the L had a downstairs, or that part of the L. So it dog legs, then you go downstairs, which was almost underground. It had windows facing out, but a lot was either in the hill or under the floor. I had the room on the bottom part of the L from 13 onwards. My room had two doors, one that opened out to a kind of rumpus room. What's a rumpus room? Anybody know what that is? Please tell me what that is. I don't know why I'm curious about what a rumpus room is. Never heard of that before. So anyways, my room had two doors, one that opened out to kind of a rumpus room and one to an in-suite. And it was always creepy as hell, but being a skeptic, I dared anything there to do something to me. Grew up fine, but I could never sleep unless both doors were shut. And when my parents went away, I'd break the rules and bring my dog in to sleep on the bed, and I woke a few times late to see her alert and staring at the door to the rumpus room. Occasionally I'd hear a clawing on the screen on the window, but we had dogs, cats, horses, and local bush turkeys, foxes, etc. So I figured if something was there that shouldn't have been my dogs, would have gone ballistic. If something was there, the dogs would go crazy. Fast forward about 5 years, I bring a new girlfriend to my home to meet my parents. I slept in my old room, and she woke up screaming between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m. twice out of 3 nights that we stayed there. I've been with her 5 years since, and it's only happened in that room. She won't sleep in any house or in that house anymore. So my parents let my younger sister move into the room about 4 years ago. And she asked me recently if I ever heard scratching on the window late at night. Now, both of the dogs we had, plus the cat and the horses, are all dead. This is about 10 years later, so the scratching is likely independent of all the animals and pets now, unless the local animals are fucking with us or something, he says. But she also said she can't sleep unless both doors are shut, and she'll often put door stops under both doors so she hears if either door opens. She Googled some stuff and decided to sage the room and said she's had hectic nightmares since and woke up screaming late at night a few times. For reference, she was about 14 when the night terrors happened with my girlfriend, so we never told her. So as I said, I'm a skeptic, but it's still pretty creepy. Well, you know, all you can do is investigate it and see what the scratching is, man. You know, that's it. All right. I think I might call it. Are you guys good? Do we have a fun Halloween? Let's see. Rumpus Room is an activities room. Well, that's kind of still broad though, isn't it? Like, it's a rumpus room. Is that like a foreign way? Maybe that they're foreign. I've never heard anybody in the United States call a room a rumpus room. Sounds like a naughty room, Sir Wolf says. Being naughty is an activity, Sudi says. Jay says, I sent a mini story in Discord and a PM if you're interested. Yeah, why not? You guys still got to hang around for Karen. Y'all ever heard Karen or Interview of the Sasquatch? This was fun, though. See it broadcasted from 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, 10, 11, 12, 1. The longest marathon that broadcast ever did. This is nothing. The longest I did was I was raising money. If you guys remember back in when I was in Arizona in Sedona, so I was raising money to move from Sedona to Florida, and I did a marathon for like a day and a half, and I think we raised like $3,500, and I got the hell out of there. Sedona's beautiful, though. Not a place you want to go to if you're all alone, though, because there's weird people out there. Here it is. I got it. So this is from Jay. I had to open up the Discord app on the computer, but that's all right. Jay says, here's a true scary story for you. I was hiking with a girl I was dating. We hit a fork in the road. My intuition spiked and told me not to look down the right path. The feeling just came out of nowhere. And the girl said she wanted to explore that direction. I said, I'll rest at the fork a minute. Next thing I know, she's jogging, running back 5 minutes later saying something huge growled and chased her, but she didn't see it. A few minutes later, a passing hiker told us about there being bear reports in the area. Dude, your spidey senses went off, man. But you let the girl go down the Jay. It's not like the movies, man. You right? When you watch the movies, the guy's always like, I'll protect you, even though I know I don't want to go down there. Not Jay. Jay's like, something bad down there. You're on your own. You're on your own. All right. Let's get it. I'll give you guys a little high quality produced audio drama for Halloween. That. Oh, you know what? Damn it. I totally forgot. 1 second. Dude, I feel so bad right now. I didn't say hi to the I do this every Halloween though. I should have said hi to them. The old school Fringe FM streamers, man. They're there too. I see you guys. I see you. I love you guys too, man. Sorry. Where we at? San Antonio, Texas. Looks like I was just talking about Memphis. Memphis, Tennessee, North Carolina. All right. Southern Florida. There's a bunch of dots in Southern Florida. I don't want to zoom in on that. Toronto. Omaha, Albuquerque, let's see, Sacramento, and Oregon. And then there's some few in the Midwest, but every time I zoom in, it goes to nothing. Provo, Utah. What is this? Thermopolis? Thanks for listening. And the rest of you guys that are across the world that are listening on fringe.fm, we love you too. Love you, love you. All right. So, yes. Thank you all for listening to my stories. Of course, Cosmic. Sudi says, did you have a hunt? I had a damn good Halloween. This was really fun for me. I had a really, really good Halloween, Sudi, actually. Thank you. And thank you to all of you that came out. I'll leave you guys with some audio dramas as we roll out here. I won't dip the stream out, but I'm ready to go to bed and have some sweet dreams. And then, hey, like tomorrow night, we got Cosmic Conditions. You know, that's going to be a big show. Everybody's going to call in and like want to get their readings done from Mary. That's always a big one. Right. Yeah. Let's play a game called Let's Let Alex Exum Take Us into the Late Night. Good night, y'all. Love you. Happy Halloween.
Ghouls and ghosts, welcome again to the darkest hour on your radio dial. That's right, it's time for Karen, the show that gives even suburban nightmares a run for their money. Now, dear listeners, don't let the name Karen fool you. This isn't your run-of-the-mill tale of pumpkin spice lattes and white picket fences. Oh no. In this spine-tickling story, our dear Karen isn't here to discuss the latest neighborhood gossip. She's here to send chills down your spine and make your heart race faster than you can say, "I'd like to speak to your manager." So, whether you're a brave soul ready to confront the horrors of the suburbs head on, or You're clutching your security blanket with white knuckles. We invite you to join us as we unravel the mystery of Karen. Welcome to the dark side of suburbia, where the ordinary turns terrifying and your deepest fears come to life.
Good morning, sunshine. What can I get you today?
That's Monroe. He is probably the most beloved barista here at the Nook Coffee Shop. The customers adore him.
Thank you, Monroe.
Sure. Now, don't have a good day. Have a fantastic day.
Oh, Monroe, you darling.
That's Monroe.
See you tomorrow. Oh, no. Here she comes.
You can hear this warning 7 days a week.
There she blows.
Hi. I don't want to be a pain, but...
Yes, Karen?
You know Karen. We all know Karen. The worst person you meet at the coffee shop. Karen is the mother of two who thinks the best way to get the thing that you desire is through a silver-tongued assault on those around you. She has a special interest in your vaccination status, and she likes to be in control of everything that goes on in her life. No one makes you cringe like Karen. Karen is a bitch, but she's our bitch.
Attitude? Monroe, is it right?
Yes, Karen.
Right, Monroe. So as I was saying...
Hear her roar. Follow Karen, the selfish and pampered housewife, on her quest to find excitement and adventure in a dull suburban life. Karen infuses every dastardly deed with this certain disdain. A drama about the woman you love to hate. You know her. You've been her. She's all of us.
So, let me get this straight. You want me to do exactly what now?
I said, if it would not be too much trouble next time, could you please write my name in all caps? On my latte, it's just easier for me to know it's my coffee, not another Karen. Get it? I'm a very busy mother of two, and I don't have all day to examine all the cups on the counter strewn all about. This is a huge inconvenience.
I'm sorry. I can't accommodate you.
Why don't you take your 10, Monroe?
I can't. I can't.
Well, as if it were a big deal. How hard is it to write on all caps? Wow. Just wow.
All caps? Wow. Just wow? Is she serious? That woman. Like anyone in this town could mistake her with anyone else. When you look up the word Karen in the dictionary, there isn't a picture of her. No, it's a picture of her latte, since it's the center of her friggin' universe.
I know.
She does not know my name. I went to high school with her brother. She lives across the street from my mother. She has been coming into this coffee shop for 10 years.
She is challenging.
I can't. I just can't.
Unbelievable. Like I'm making a huge request or something. Excuse me? Excuse me. Yes, you.
Huh? Me? What's up, lady?
What's up? What's up is that you parked very close to my car.
Huh? Lady, you got at least 3 or 4 feet between the bumpers here. You can easily get out.
Yes, but you didn't need to pull up that close. I mean, look at all the room on the back there.
Lady, I gotta unload the truck.
Every week I see you pull up on this street on an incline, pointing down the hill. Then you run in and grab your coffee or whatever. What if your big, ugly truck accidentally rolled down the hill? It's aimed right at the coffee shop. People could be killed.
What? Lady, my truck has a safety brake on, all right? See right there through the window? Are you upset I parked too close on the hill or what?
Both now.
Lady, I got work to do. You try and have a nice day, all right?
I'm calling the cops. Ugh. Why is everyone so difficult today? Hi.
Hi, Karen. What will it be today?
I've been waiting for 15 minutes.
Sorry, as you can see, we are really busy today.
You know, I'd like to try something different today.
Sure. What do you have in mind?
Well, I saw this famous celebrity on television yesterday talking about their favorite drink. I know you're not a major chain coffee shop, but you should be able to accommodate me, right?
I'll try. What will it be?
One sec. Let me get out what I wrote down here. Yes. I'll have a medium iced skinny hazelnut macchiato, sugar-free syrup, extra shot, light ice, vanilla drizzle no whip, 4 pumps, sugar-free cinnamon, extra hot with room to breathe.
Can I see the ingredients, please?
Here.
Sorry, we don't even carry some of these ingredients.
Really? I mean, this is a coffee shop, isn't it? Maybe you could try and pick up what you need for my order next time.
I don't think we can add a new item to the menu at this time, but I'll keep in mind for the future.
Well, I guess I'll have to take my business elsewhere, maybe.
Really?
Hi.
Oh, here we go.
Take a deep breath.
You know, I've been sitting there drinking my coffee and trying to enjoy myself. I just can't understand why you play that music all day.
You mean a coffee shop music? Specifically recorded for coffee shops?
Yes.
Great. Let's hear it, Karen. How do you feel the album called Perfect Coffee Shop Music Volume 1, again, specifically recorded for coffee shops?
It just doesn't seem to fit the mood. It's a huge distraction. Hi.
Hi, Karen.
Are you sure this has half skim milk and half whole milk in it?
Yes, Karen. It's exactly as you asked.
No. This seems too watery for whole milk. Can we try and get it right this time and balance it out? Here.
I'll remake your coffee, Karen. Let me just finish with...
No, I don't want to put you out. Don't remake it. Just fix this one.
How? How do you expect me to get the ratio exactly like you must have it?
Look, it's not hard. Just add some more whole milk until you get it right.
Karen, please understand.
I knew this would be too complicated for you.
Karen, wait! What are you doing? You can't come back here.
Oh, out of my way. If you can't fix it, I'll do it myself. Move.
Oh, no. You can't be back here. That's the final straw. Cher! Now she's behind the counter making her own drinks. Cher!
Oh, go. I'll do it myself, you twit.
Hey, so I checked out the gas line like you asked. Good thing you called. You got a bit of a problem, lady. There's a slow gas leak in the line leading into the kitchen there.
Excuse me?
I said there's a leak. The one you called about. You are the one who called, right? The owner?
Well, I should be the owner.
Right, so as long as you don't use the stove, you should be fine. Do not turn on that stove till I get it fixed tomorrow afternoon. I shut it off out back, but just in case. It would fill the room with gas. All it would take is a little spark from one of them coffee makers, and you'd have a major disaster on your hands, lady.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you could inadvertently blow your store sky high. Now, you make sure you tell your staff. I put a sign on it, do not use. Even unplug it till I fix it, okay?
Sure.
I'll be back with the parts to fix it tomorrow around noon. That work for you?
Fine.
All right, see you then, lady.
See?
Karen, what are you doing behind the counter?
Oh, calm down. I should tell you something important that your idiot employee there didn't hear, because I had to fix my own drink.
Karen, that is enough. Monroe is not an idiot. In fact, he has more education than you. We try and treat you with respect, but you are incapable of treating us with respect. You insult us and our customers, complain about everything. What is it this time, Karen? What? Well, I have news flash for you. We don't care. Now take the coffee and get the hell on the other side of the counter.
my hero.
Bitch. How dare she talk to me that way? Who does she think she is? Hey, you! What do you think you're doing?
Jeez, lady, not again.
I told you not to park here. Look how close you are to the other cars. Look how haphazardly you parked. This is a safety issue.
Lady, take a hike.
What? You! Ow! 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 He thinks he can dismiss me like that. Idiot! Just look. The careless fool left his window wide open. Anyone could just reach in, disengage the parking brake, and his big, ugly truck would smash right into the building. I mean, just a small nudge on the lever, and that 10,000-pound truck would plow right into the coffee shop. You careless fool! Who could say how the truck careened down the hill? It's always parked so dangerously on the slope anyway. Window wide open, a mischievous teenager could be pulling a little prank that got out of hand. All of you idiots have to learn the hard way. I mean, anything can happen, right?
Is everyone all right?
What the hell?
What happened?
My truck! My truck! Hey, you lady! Hey, you stop right there! You stop right there!
Me?
What the hell happened here?
My, I don't know. It looks like you had a bit of an accident.
You did this. You did this, didn't you?
Did what?
I know you did it, you crazy broad!
Excuse me? I'm leaving.
You ain't going anywhere, you nut!
Get your hand off my arm. I'll scream.
Hold it, right there. What's this all about?
Officer, this woman crashed my truck.
I did no such thing.
All right, calm down, both of you. You two there, did you see the accident?
No, we were both inside working. Suddenly the truck comes barreling down the hill and smashed into the building.
Right. If it was just a few feet to the left, it would have smashed right through the front window.
Yeah, I can see that. You're very lucky.
There is some damage, but nothing major.
Hey, what about my truck? The whole front end is smashed in because of this crazy broad.
Sir, are you saying this woman was driving?
Well, no, but look, my truck was parked right there. This woman yells at me every day for parking here. Today, too. I walk into the shop, she pulls the emergency brake, sent it crashing into the building.
You saw her do this while you were in the shop?
No, of course not, but come on. Who else? I'm telling you it was her.
And you two were inside, too? Didn't you see this woman do anything, did you?
No.
No.
All right. Let's see your insurance, license, and registration, sir.
Wait, what about her?
Miss, you're free to go. Have a nice day.
What? This is unbelievable.
Goodbye. Try and have a better day.
This ain't over, lady. This ain't over.
Oh no, this definitely ain't over, you slob. The coffee shop is still standing, isn't it? Oh, this is not over. After quiet contemplation, I devised my scheme. With the secret knowledge I now know about the gas leak, I created a foolproof plan. I watched them close early because of the little truck accident. They fixed the wall quickly, making sure to be ready for the next morning. I knew the oven wouldn't be used until 6 a.m. when they first arrive. I would go to the back of the building around 5:30 a.m., flip the switch for the gas, and wait. I know the perfect spot to watch what happens next. A bench directly across from the shop. I will just take my seat here on this bench directly across the street from the coffee shop. I have a perfect view through their huge front glass window. It's like watching television. Just sit and wait. Here they come now. Good morning! Good morning, you two!
Karen, what are you doing here so early? We don't open until...
Oh, I just can't wait to have your famous scones today. Thought I'd get a head start. I have a big order for you today.
Oh, great. Well, we will be open soon.
Creepy. Now she's getting here before us.
Let's just get inside.
Oh, don't rush on account of me. Ha! They don't suspect a thing. I can see them shuffling around their little shop from here. Go on, Monroe. Make sure to get the oven started right away. You don't want to keep our favorite customer, Karen, waiting any longer than we have to, do we? Yes, let the gas leak slowly fill the room into deadly air. Only a spark is needed. The spark from that little coffee machine. I can see Cher adding the coffee beans now. Once it heats up a bit, then a spark, then boom. Ah! It's like a ticking time bomb. I can almost hear it. Poor dears have no idea what's coming. Well, I tried to be nice to them. I really did. I guess some people have to learn the hard way. Today, I finally get my payback.
911. What is your emergency?
An explosion at the coffee shop. The window broke. A big piece of glass. My throat.
All right, nothing more to see here. Come on, hold on now.
So let's get this straight. Karen here wasn't in the coffee shop.
No, Detective. Apparently she was just sitting here across the street on the bench here right before the explosion.
How do you know that?
From the survivors.
We saw her just before we entered the coffee shop this morning.
She was sitting right there on the bench.
Poor woman. That explains the glass to the neck. She was almost decapitated. How did you two get out?
A moment before the explosion, Monroe and I went back to meet the delivery driver.
If we didn't go back to bring in the supplies, we'd be dead. You know, I'm gonna kind of miss Karen.
And there you have it, dear listeners. The unsettling saga of Karen. As we draw the curtains on our hair-raising tale, take this cautionary whisper from the dark heart of suburbia. Beware of the shadows that stretch across your own life. For sometimes, the pursuit of perceived injustices can be a double-edged sword, and revenge a bitter brew. In the world of Karen, the line between right and wrong blurs like mist on a moonless night. Until we meet again, tread carefully through the twisted avenues of your own existence, where the chilling echoes of Karen may still linger, waiting to remind you that the darkest can be found closer to home than you dare imagine. Pleasant dreams.
Didn't they try to tell me? No.